Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a very happy Monday morning to all of you. Welcome to the 2023 Yidan Prize Summit. Let me first introduce myself. My name is Desmond So, and I'm delighted to be your MC today. The theme of this year's Yidan Prize Summit is Ideas That Spark Change, a spotlight on solutions advancing education. Throughout the summit today, we'll explore ideas that have sparked changes, driving change at all levels of the education ecosystem. We will hear from some of the most innovative change makers in education. Our speakers include Yidan Prize laureates, as well as distinguished education experts who are transforming the way that we learn and teach. Before we dive into today's program, I'd like to draw your attention to some important information. First, we invite you to share your thoughts, insights, and key takeaways on social media using our official hashtag, and that's at 2023 Yidan Prize Summit. Let me give that to you again. It's hashtag 2023 Yidan Prize Summit. Of course, please feel free to tag us at Yidan Prize. So that's at Yidan Prize, all one word. Second, we have an exciting new element today as part of our summit. It is called graphic recording. Throughout today's sessions, our talented illustrators, which are situated in that back corner there, okay, will capture and summarize key points and ideas from our discussions and turn them into engaging visuals, which will be displayed in the foyer throughout the day. So basically, they're recording graphically what's being said up here on stage. Be sure to check out these amazing illustrations during the breaks and at lunchtime. Last but not least, the 4 panels today will each be followed by a 15-minute Q&A session. We, of course, encourage all of you to ask lots of questions, get the discussions going. To submit your questions, please scan the QR code on the back of your booklet. On the back of your pamphlet, there's a QR code. So just scan that to ask questions. And for those of you who are joining us online, please scan the QR code that's appearing on your screens right now. To officially kick off the summit, it is my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Charles Chen Yidan, the founder of the Yidan Prize. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Chen.
The Honorable Christine Choi, Secretary for Education of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, Joe Calabano, Head of the United Nations Resident Coordinator Office in China, esteemed members of Yidan Council of Luminaries, distinguished guests and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. A very warm welcome to all of you joining us today in person. And of course, a very warm welcome to our guests joining online. I'm delighted to see that we have a very good turnout today. Our team tells me that we have a full house. It shows how great it is to be back to normal from the COVID-19 pandemic. And we can look forward to many interesting conversations around our summit theme this year. Ideas that spark change, a spotlight on solutions advancing education. Young people are inheriting a world of unprecedented changes. Think about how things have changed in just the last few years. It's almost like we have woken up in a new world. Artificial intelligence is poised to rearrange our way of life, perhaps in more profound ways than the introduction of the internet. COVID revealed deep vulnerabilities in our education and mental health services. Climate change became very real, as these threats of inequality, insecurity, and reordering of job markets. These global challenges, call them existential challenges, have also reinforced the idea that we are deeply connected to one another. On this point, I have a special concern for education, at least resourced countries and communities of the world. By 2050, Africa and Asia will be home to 85% of the world's youth. Their future is everyone's future. Problems can spread around the world quickly, but so can solutions. I believe education can help us rewrite the dominant storyline of existential threats. It can unlock the potential of the next generation to meet their challenges, and indeed to build a world they want. During the last 7 years, 20 outstanding educators have joined the Yidan Prize family as laureates and luminaries. Yesterday, at the 2023 Yidan Prize Awards ceremony, we awarded prize to Professor Miklin Chi for contribution to learning theory and to Shai Lishef for his efforts to make higher education available to qualified students everywhere. What kind of group is this? And what exactly are they doing? Together, the Yidan Council of Luminaries is advancing a compelling vision of how education should change and how it could change with speed, scale, and justice. They offer profound insights into the transformative power of early childhood development, play-based learning, active learning, collective leadership, inclusion, and the power of technology to improve teaching and learning. Sir Faisal Hassan Abed, Professor Patricia Kaur, and Professor Usha Goswami are giving us deep insights into the transformative power of early childhood education and development. Vicky Colbert, Professor Carol Dirk, Professor Miklin Chi, and Professor Zhu Yongxin are building educational models that prove that high quality is possible for all, even for children in the most disadvantaged or distressed communities. Adeline Mulimova, Lucy Lake, and Kamal Ahmed are taking discussion about inclusion to a new level. Their programs enable thousands of women to discover their inner strengths and capabilities to put them to work to changing their communities. Dr. Rukmini Banerjee and Wendy Kopp are demonstrating the power of collective leadership. They are overturning many assumptions about how education systems are managed. And Professor Eric Hanusek are finding ways to connect education practice, research, and policy. They are creating an enabling environment for change while strengthening the very foundations of education as a discipline. Their ideas are sparking change in many parts of the world. These visionary educators we ask today firmly believe in the transformative power of ideas. Their collective vision leads people to understand that all students can and must succeed. They challenge us to reconceive what good classrooms and good teaching practice look like. They lead us to the conclusion that good education can be made available to everyone. Their actions are continuously reshaping education, further solidifying their commitment to this belief. These visionary educators also remind us to keep an open mind to imagine alternative future. They are pushing the frontiers of psychology, neuroscience, economics, and technology to construct a vision of education that uproots conventional thinking. Gone is the idea that a child's intelligence is fixed. Gone is the idea that culture rather than poverty keeps girls and minorities out of school. Gone is the idea that higher education is the domain of a privileged few. They are writing new storylines for education that would have been difficult to imagine just a few years ago. Storylines that made us imagine new futures for education and renew our faith in the power of education to change individual lives and societies. I invite all of you to join us on a journey of identifying, sharing, and amplifying the greater education research and practice around the world. Let us work together and help everyone, everywhere, learn with depth and joy. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles, for that very warm welcome. Thank you. Next, we'd like to invite Mr. Joe Colombano, the head of the Office of the United Nations Resident Coordinator in China, to deliver the opening keynote. Mr. Colombano will talk about building skills in a world of change. Let's welcome him.
Dr. Charles Chen Yidan, founder of the Yidan Prize, Her Excellency, the Honorable Dr. Choi Yu-Kling, Secretary for Education, Government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, Professor Micheline Chi and Mr. Shai Reshev, the 2023 Yidan Prize laureates, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. I'm very pleased to be with you today, and I bring you warm greetings from the United Nations in China. It is an honor to join this 2023 Yidan Prize Summit as we consider its theme, Ideas that Spark Change, a spotlight on solutions advancing education. Indeed, bright solutions and a change for the better are the hope that we must all strive for, given where we are today. We meet at a time of great uncertainties and profound divisions in the international community. We are running out of time to rescue the Sustainable Development Goals. In the last few years, our efforts have been severely hampered by the devastating impact of many crises. A global pandemic and its aftermath, a dramatically worsening climate, and devastating new conflicts. We have only just put the COVID-19 pandemic behind us. While its most significant effects have passed, its long-term consequences remain, particularly in low and middle-income countries. More worryingly, perhaps, pandemic preparedness is yet to be coordinated and strengthened globally. At the same time, the worst effects of climate change are here for everyone to see. Without prompt and drastic action, increases in global temperatures are set to be irreversible. With that, floods and tropical storms are becoming more frequent and extreme. Shortages of fresh water and insect pollinators are affecting agriculture. Mass species extinction makes for less resilient ecologies. Furthermore, violent conflicts are wreaking havoc in Gaza and Ukraine, in the Sahel and the Horn of Africa, in Syria, in Myanmar, and beyond. These wars, like all wars, create misery, death, and destruction. They reverse decades of gains in human development. They question our own sense of humanity. And yet, I agree with Dr. Charles, as he said, that amidst such darkness, there is still hope. Hope to face this uncertainty, to resolve our challenges, seize the many opportunities that still lie ahead, and build a better future. Like many of you today here, I believe that education is vital in getting us there, because education contributes to our economies, society, and to our sense of self, both as individuals and as members of our communities. However, unlike many of you here, I am not an education specialist. Unlike Professor Micheline Chi, I am not a luminary in science and teaching. I am not the founder of an innovative university like Mr. Reshev, nor am I a philanthropist committed to the cause of education like Dr. Charles Chen Yidan. I am an international civil servant and a UN diplomat. To most of you, I'm an outsider. But this hopefully allows me to provide a slightly different perspective on issues about which you know far more than I. That difference comes from looking at education from the context of my own experience as a UN official in multilateral discussions such as the long intergovernmental process that produced the SDGs in 2015 in New York, or now in their implementation in China, where I now serve. So with your permission, what I propose to do today is to offer several reflections and ask a few questions on the topic of quality education for our world, not from the perspective of an expert in the field, which I'm not, but from my own professional experience as a long-serving UN official at this specific juncture in international relations. My first reflection is that quality education is a relative rather than an absolute concept. Quality means relevance. In the case of education, it is relevance to the economic systems it serves. I first learned this at the beginning of my career as a junior economist in the late 90s at the World Bank in Washington, D.C. I was then joining the team that advised governments in Central and Eastern Europe on education reforms as part of the accession process to the European Union. Those were countries with strong educational tradition and high levels of educational quantity, both in terms of inputs, number of schools, teacher-student ratios, enrollment rates for boys and girls, and outputs, completion rates. The quality of those systems was also considered high, as indicated by levels of employment and a reputation of excellence in physics, mathematics, sciences, and engineering. However, once the Berlin Wall fell, many economies in the region soon after unraveled. Unemployment soared and structural reforms were called for. It became clear to us that those countries' educational systems fitted an economic model that was either crumbling or no longer existed. Most of those countries had some form of centralized command economy, largely reliant on industry, where vertical hierarchies were dominant, and workers needed to dutifully execute instructions to operate machinery, meet production quotas, or fit large bureaucratic structures. With the transition to a market economy, however, the service industry became more prevalent, and with it, flat, horizontal, and often decentralized structures where workers had to think off their feet, think outside the box, and put customers first. As a result, the education system also needed to transition from one focus on memorization and rote learning to one focus on cognitive skills and problem solving. Now, fast forward a quarter of a century or so. What does it mean to provide an education system fit for the purposes of today's economy? How can that be done when our world changes as fast as this? A world where often the planet and the market coexist, as they do in China. A world where technological innovation drives not just what we make, but who we are. Can resilience, flexibility, and adaptation really be taught? What kind of education should underpin an economic system characterized by the accelerating pace of technological change, which has a profound, far-reaching implication for its economy and society? This leads me to my second observation. Technological innovation is no silver bullet. I realize that this may sound blasphemous. This is the Yidan Prize, after all, and technology is what made it possible. Undoubtedly, innovation is the engine of growth for our economies and the driver of progress in our societies. But technology is a means to a larger end, not an end in itself. Let me explain. The innovation of last years has been conceived and developed in a world of plenty, a resource-rich, unconstrained world of low cost of capital, high level of investments, and a naive belief that progress must mean disruption of industries, markets, and sectors. I see two main issues with this kind of innovation. The first is that it often leads to many meaningless innovations. For example, there are hundreds of applications, of apps, to order pizza online. The problem they solve, as the CEO of one of the world's largest pizza chain explained, is how to order a pizza in less than 17 seconds. Why 17 seconds? Because that is the average duration of a red traffic light in most cities. Now, that's what I call a first world problem. The second issue with this kind of innovation that we've had is that it generates a lot of unexpected consequences, some of them too expensive to ignore. Since Joseph Schumpeter has popularized the concept of creative destruction, we've known that innovation destroys to create. Still, in this transition from old to new, many people suffer, most often those left behind in our societies, the poorest and most vulnerable. It is no secret that in the last 30 years, inequalities have increased greatly across the world. So we now live in a resource-scarce world, where the urgency of climate change and the impact of inequalities leave us no option but to innovate using less planetary and social resources. So what kind of education can foster a new type of frugal innovation, one that optimizes the use of our natural and human resources? Can innovation be taught? Is STEM education the answer? How many STEM graduates do we need? Or should we rather ask, what is the right mix of STEM and humanities in our curricula? My next reflection. Education is about more than teaching young people to become productive members of our economies. Education is more than just a conveyor belt that leads to employment. The quality of an educational system cannot just be measured in terms of labor market returns. Instead, education is about providing all young people with the opportunity to fulfill their potential, certainly as part of the labor force, but perhaps more importantly, as individuals, as members of their families, their community, and ultimately of our community of nations. The world today is home to the largest generation of young people in history, 1.8 billion. They want, and already do, contribute to the richness of their societies and the future of their nations. They put forward innovative solutions that drive social progress and inspire political change. At the same time, young people are also facing incredible and at times life-threatening challenges. In many parts of the world, these are disproportionately borne by girls and young women. The impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has made this all the more severe, as we see. And yet, young people remain engaged. They have risen to demand climate action. They're mobilizing for racial justice and gender equality. They are the champions of a more sustainable world. We owe them opportunities, including in the provision of quality education. So how do we do that? How can we ensure the education system realize the promise of the next generations? How can we invest in an education system that is holistic and inclusive? How do we expand access to affordable and high-quality technical and vocational education and training, especially for young women and low-skilled people who are underemployed or out of school? How do we convince leaders and adults everywhere, including in this room, to do everything possible to enable the world's youth to enjoy lives of safety, dignity, and opportunity? Ladies and gentlemen, these few reflections I brought for your consideration today are not in any way exhaustive, nor are they new. As for the many questions I have asked, I do not have the answers. What I do know, however, is that these very issues and the questions were addressed in the long intergovernmental process that led to the formulation of SDG 4 and its interlinkages with all other goals. And the fact that we have an agreement now of all of the 193 UN member states provides us with a blueprint for action. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development recognizes that education is the cornerstone of sustainable development, a universal human right, and a powerful tool for ending poverty and inequalities. Quality education is not just one of the SDGs, but is the catalyst for achieving all the others. The 2030 Agenda underscores that education holds the transformative power to enhance economic status and improve outcomes, shaping societies and the lives of individuals. Education promotes lives and livelihoods. For each additional year of schooling, individuals increase their earning potential by 10%. Individuals with higher levels of education tend to be able to make healthier choices and live longer. Education also stands as a powerful instrument in the pursuit of gender equality. Countries with higher level of women's education experience lower maternal and child mortality rates. Educated women are more likely to participate in the workforce and contribute to the country's economies. Yet, as we reflect on our progress, we are reminded that millions of people still face significant barriers to quality education and functional literacy. Around 800 million adults worldwide lack basic literacy skills. An estimated 300 million students still lack the basic numeracy and literacy skills they need to succeed in life. Approximately a quarter of primary schools globally do not have access to basic services such as electricity, drinking water, and basic sanitation facilities. The COVID-19 pandemic exacerbated these disparities. Poor quality education, inadequate funding, and the impact of conflict and displacement have compounded educational inequalities. Issues of youth unemployment loom large, affecting many countries, including in China. These challenges pose obstacles to our pursuit of quality education and the 2030 agenda. Without adequate investments, the potential offered by education will wither. We must reshape our education systems to equip young people with the skills necessary to navigate a changing job market, rapid technological advancements, and the evolving global landscape. Importantly, we must end all discrimination and barriers to accessing quality education, including laws and practices that restrict access for women and girls, persons with disabilities, and others. The Yidan Prize is a testament to your commitment to address these challenges. It provides not just financial resources, but also a platform and a network for the exchange of knowledge and ideas in promoting education as a tool for poverty reduction, social inclusion, and sustainable development. I congratulate Professor Miki Chi and Mr. Shai Reshef on receiving the 2023 Yidan Prize. May this prize be a recognition of your work and an affirmation to continue your pursuits. The United Nations stands with you and the rest of the Yidan Prize community in these efforts. We appreciate your passion and dedication to quality education and the SDGs. As we look forward to 2030 and beyond, our shared objectives are clear. As the UN Secretary General put it, let's deliver an education system that can support equal societies, dynamic economies, and the limitless dreams of every learner in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe, for your keynote address. Thank you. Now we'll move to the first panel of the day. In this panel, we'll first hear from Professor Michelin Chi, also known as Mickey, as she explains the core idea of her groundbreaking theory of cognitive engagement, called ICAP, which gives teachers a proven framework to foster quality engagement inside the classroom. Mickey is the 2023 Yidan Prize for Education Research Laureate. She is the Regents Professor and Dorothy Bray Endowed Professor of Science and Teaching at Mary Lau Fulton Teachers College, Arizona State University. After her presentation, Mickey will be joined by colleagues from the University of Hong Kong to explore how ICAP is key to improving teaching methods across different learning settings and contexts, from kindergarten through to post-secondary and beyond. Mickey, the floor is yours.
For allowing me to give a brief overview of the ICAP theory so that we can have more understanding in our discussion session about rethinking how to teach based on how students learn, translating theory into practice. So I'm going to be doing 2 clicks, so it may be a little bit awkward for a while. Okay. Wait a minute. Is it on already? Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Okay, I'll just skip the first one. Okay. Lecturing has been, teaching by telling, has been around for over 900 years. Unfortunately, it persists to today, and generally it's about 65% for online learning courses and well over 55% in STEM classes. There was a very carefully study done that looked at all the STEM classes. Why active learning is not, wait, before we get there. So but the problem with lecturing is that students don't learn very well. The most persuasive evidence came from a meta-analysis done in 2014 of 225 STEM classes. And in that meta-analysis, they found that when you're in the learning outcome of a passive classroom is 50%, and that translates to 68% when you're in a no-lecture active learning classroom. Likewise, failure rate reduces from 34% from a lecturing passive classroom to no-lecture active classroom. So the question becomes, why isn't active classroom implemented everywhere universally? The reason is that it's not implemented because it's not prescriptive. Currently, active classroom is defined by default, that is, it's no lecturing, but doesn't tell us exactly how to implement it. It has been implemented when people do it simply by having students work in groups or in pairs, just because in groups people are more active. But working in groups and pairs is only effective if students collaborate in a co-generative way, which I will define in a second. To solve the lack of prescription problem, I propose a theory of active learning that you've heard about based on how students learn called ICAP. How students learn typically refers to students' thinking processes, which we cannot observe. ICAP's assumption is that perhaps students' thinking processes can be categorized into 4 groups that may correspond to 4 types of visible engaging with instruction behavior, along with their visible outputs. So engaging behavior refers to what students do, say, write, and produce during instruction while they're trying to learn. So this is an important last point. The need to focus on overt visible engagement behaviors as a proxy for thinking processes is that ICAP can then provide concrete definitions to facilitate how active learning classroom can be defined and implemented. I'm going to get a drink of water. Okay, the acronym ICAP that you've already heard about stands for interactive, constructive, active, and passive. So it basically refers to 4 ways that people can interact with instruction or instruction information. Each mode can be characterized by physical behavior and the output produced. Those are the 2 main characteristics. I'm going to give you some examples. So when you're in passive mode, you're really paying attention, such as listening to a lecture or watching a video, and you produce no outputs. Unfortunately, this is the mode most instructors try to achieve, just to have students pay attention. The next mode is the active mode, and the characteristic definition is you manipulate instruction materials without producing anything. Okay, what do I mean? So, for example, you could be highlighting, underlining sentences. You haven't produced anything, you just manipulated. You copy things from your textbook or from a laptop. Again, you're not producing anything. You do a lot of hands-on work, you're not producing anything. So it's very easy to tell, as long as you're not producing anything beyond instruction. The third one is constructive mode, where you're actually generating some new information beyond what was presented. This new information is just additional information. It doesn't mean new to the content domain. So you could be drawing a diagram if one wasn't presented. You could be drawing concept map, and so forth. You could be explaining to yourself. Finally, you could be in the interactive mode, and you're co-generating with a peer, such as debating with each other or co-editing an article or whatever. And what co-generating means is that each partner's output must not only be information beyond the information given, instruction information, also beyond the partner's contribution. So there's 2 beyond. So ICAP generates a hypothesis based on the subsuming natures of the cognitive processes. So this is the hypothesis I'm making, that the I is much better than C and better than A and P, than P and so forth. So learning decreases across the 4 modes. Now you notice I put I is much greater than or equal, could be greater or equal than C, which means that I is greater than C only if collaboration is co-generative. Otherwise, I is equal to C, and often I could be worse than C. That's because collaboration, about 80% of the time, collaboration is not co-generative. It takes on several other patterns. The C is much, much greater than A because the constructive mode fosters deeper understanding, while the active mode fosters much shallower understanding. And the evidence comes from the fact that students doing constructive mode can answer much more deeper questions during assessment. So what you'll notice is that in this framework, it's very easy for teachers to tell whether students are producing something that's going beyond instruction information or not. But it's much harder to detect in real time whether dialogue patterns are co-generative. So ICAP is an evidence-based theory, and what I mean by that is that there's really hundreds of published studies out there already that support ICAP's predictions. This is before ICAP came along. So these studies typically claim the benefit of certain learning strategies that they have discovered or known about and comparing to another. So I just list two examples. Correcting a concept map, which we now know is constructive, has been shown to be better than reading a text on the same topic. Sometimes you can even read it twice. Well, now we know that's because, it's not because correcting concept per se, but it's because it's a constructive activity. Similarly, studying an incomplete example is also constructive, and that's much better than studying a completed example. And this seems like a very counterintuitive study. How could you learn more from an incomplete example? Well, again, that's because you're being constructive. Okay, we have, most studies I said in the laboratory was done comparing two conditions. We ran a study, my student's PhD thesis, where we compare all four conditions. We ran 4 groups of college engineering students in 4 conditions. The passive condition, they just read the text about a concept in engineering. In the active mode, they read and underline. In the constructive mode, they explain a graph that has no text. And in the 4th condition, interactive, they explain the same graph with a colleague, with a peer, sorry. The blue line is a pretest. They all took the same pretest, and the orange line is a post-test. The significant improvement for each condition, within each condition, there's significant improvement. However, there's also improvement across the condition. There's 7% extra gains from the active to the passive, another 11% from the active to constructive, another 9% to go from constructive to interactive. And what you notice is that the last 3 modes is all considered active learning. And in fact, what I'm thinking is that based on the kind of results people get, for example, the latest one published in 2023 in Science, showing that active learning was about 10% better than passive learning for calculus, means that people were probably doing mostly active learning in mode in active learning. Rather than the other 3 modes. So the idea is that what we really should try to push for is the constructive mode. So what I'm going to do is run through very quickly 6 examples of application that's already been in use. So the first example is the easiest one to apply, what I call mind the verbs. So how do you design instructional activities? When we examine over 100 instruction activities designed by K-12 teachers for students, we notice that they typically, obviously, contain a verb, right? So, for example, you might say, review the feedback, which now we know is passive. Match similar ones, active. Make up your own reasons, constructive. Exchange ideas, so on and so forth. So some verbs clearly elicit generative or co-generative responses, whereas other verbs elicit attentive and manipulative responses. So for example, here's a short list. You can easily tell that the list of verbs on the left is manipulative verbs, and the list on the right is constructive verbs. And now I have a list of 60 verbs for each category. They're very easy to generate. So here's an application potential. Faculties and teachers can easily upgrade their activities simply by changing the verbs that they have for the activities they already designed. So what I'm going to show you is 2 examples, one from K-12 teacher and one from a college professor. I didn't give them any guidance on how to do this. They just learned about ICAP and they were able to do it themselves. The first example is a typical example in math where you're supposed to choose by filling in the equivalent relationship, right? So you just choose, and that's now we know is active. And the teacher changed it to constructive by create 3 equivalent representations. So that was a very easy change. Second example comes from a college engineering classroom, where again, if you notice, this is just a selection task. You just choose from the options down below to fill in the blank. And the professor changed it to create and explain the change of properties and so on. This third example I'm going to tell you is the one that Jesse Ha in the video yesterday did. He looked at 6 chemistry online courses and looked at the lesson plans and so forth and counted the number of minutes for each kind of activities. And what you notice is that 87% of the time is spent on shallow ways of learning. Okay, this is from real courses that he took, examined from last year. And another example, the fourth example, is how you can, if you understand ICAP, you can avoid adverse changes to use of digital tools. So clickers is a very popular digital tools that you all know about, and typically it has 5 steps that you go through, with one of the critical steps being the pairs talk to each other. But oftentimes faculty delete that pair, perhaps because they think it takes too much time. So basically they reduce it from an interactive activity to just an active. And finally, I have 2 examples about how to easily improve your lectures simply by simple upgrades. So on the left side, I propose there's lots of other ways, but you can simply upgrade your ICAP mode in the context of lecture by things like inserting pauses or ask them to generate a Medias point, versus improving the content, the clarity, the organization of a lecture. Similarly, how do you choose a strategy to use for your class? Typically, people think about how much class time it occupies or how complex the strategy is. Instead, you should be analyzing what ICAP mode it is. Finally, ICAP enables leading discussion in real time with constructive versus active questions, because all the teachers have to do in real time is to decide whether the question is asking for additional information beyond instruction or not. And these are actual questions that our teacher has learned to generate by themselves. So instead of asking for describe what we talked about yesterday, you ask for what happened to the mice that have the mutation described. So that's, in summary, ICAP is a parsimonious and simple theory of how students learn. It's yet powerful because it generalizes across domains, activities, and age groups. It's prescriptive with operational definitions based on overt behaviors and outputs that teachers can see, and it differentiates shallow versus deeper learning activities. And finally, it can be translated into a theory of pedagogy and used as a tool in various other ways. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mickey, for that fascinating introduction to ICAP. Please remain with us. At this time, we would like to invite Professor Carol Chan, Professor Nancy Law, Dr. Gao-Wei Chen, and Dr. Chris Thomas on stage for the second part of this panel. I will introduce each of them as they're coming up. Professor Carol Chan is an honorary professor at the Faculty of Education at the University of Hong Kong. Professor Nancy Law is the Associate Dean of Research for the Faculty of Education and Deputy Director of Center for Information Technology and Education at the University of Hong Kong. Dr. Gao-Wei Chen is an Associate Professor of Information Sciences at the Unit of Human Communication, Development, and Information Sciences at Faculty of Education. He's also Director of Doctor of Education Program at the University of Hong Kong. Finally, the moderator of the panel is Dr. Chris Thomas. He's the Director of Partnerships at the Yidan Prize Foundation. Before they start their panel, I want to make a kind reminder to ask questions. On the back of your pamphlets, there is a QR code. Please submit all questions there, as we're only taking questions through the QR code. We won't have any stand-up questions. So please, we encourage questions. Take a picture of that QR code to ask your questions. I turn the floor over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mickey, thank you for that wonderful introduction. I'm wondering if we can start this panel by connecting back to some of the big challenges that Charles and Joe raised. Young people are going into a world filled with inequality, conflict, climate change, and so forth. How does ICAP help foster the deep understanding that will help them face those challenges?
Well, given the experience COVID, how rapidly the scientist was able to find a vaccine, which is amazing, I think deep learning is really critical. Deeper learning is critical, and we really need to have less failure rates, because what I've been told by our biology department is that once a student who takes the first science course fails that course, they just never re-enter as a science major again. So we want to really reduce failure rate, and I think being able to be more constructive and learn more deeply will help us to end up with more scientists for the necessary problems.
Can't afford to lose anyone.
Right, we can't afford to lose anyone.
So for the many, many problems that we face and to tackle this problem, I'll take our contribution as learning science and cognitive science is to develop our students to become better at learning, to be able to generate new ideas and work together to solve problems. And learning theories like ICAP provided a conceptual framework to achieve this based on learning theory and scientific evidence. Of course, we know that to develop students' capacity, there are many, many educational programs and approaches. To name a few, of course, project-based learning, skill-based curriculum, interdisciplinary curriculum, digital literacy, and many. And they are all valuable because they have this ICAP element of students' active engagement and interaction and teamwork. But we think our learning theories can enrich these approaches, shifting the focus, not just of how you develop this curriculum, teaching tools, but on the focus, like our title, how students learn in this environment. To illustrate, I wonder if you have ever wondered, like, it's the same teaching, it's the same intervention, and yet students vary in what they learn. They vary in what they learn. Of course, some likely candidate could be motivation, emotion, family background, and they are all valid. But we learning scientists have done hundreds of studies, actually I think thousands, all related to ICAP, and myself done some, that's shown that students' engagement and how they approach the task, whether it's a passive, active strategy range, predict the differences. And the good news is that these kind of behavior can be taught. And ICAP provides us a unifying framework to help students to engage in this higher level of cognitive engagement with deep understanding to be better prepared. I also want to say one other point about we all talk about we want our student to be problem solver, a creative thinker, collaborator, communicator. And ICAP reminds us that we have to focus on learning for understanding, for deep understanding. So we can enrich this kind of skill approach by looking more at knowledge-skill interaction and integration. So students can really have deep understanding to tackle the challenge. Finally, I really like the interaction as the highest level, for I believe that defines us as human, and we interact to learn. So I hope that in education, even from a young age, students can move away from those individual competitive mindset to interacting collectively, moving forward to tackle problems. So that's my...
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think in today's fast-changing world, students would need more robust learning, that is learning for deep understanding, so they can do critical thinking, as Carol mentioned earlier, critical thinking, problem solving, and communication more effectively. The problem is that the traditional ways of teaching, for example, the authoritative ways, lecturing ways, teaching by telling, so those kind of styles can hardly achieve these purposes. I think ICAP is aligned with those purposes. With ICAP in the classroom, students will have more opportunities to learn actively, to generate new ideas, and to co-construct knowledge with classmates and the teacher. Actually, studies have shown that what students learn from constructive or interactive classrooms are more ready to be transferred
to the real world so they can address the challenges they face more effectively.
So just as Mr. Joe Emmanuel Colomano said earlier this morning, we have so many new challenges. I mean, some of it is really serious challenges to humanity, and there's also the possibilities and challenges that comes with new technology. So how is education going to help our younger generation to generate new solutions effectively? And I would like to, and I think the ICAP actually helps us to think more about, I think probably also in terms of a more integrative way. I'll just give an example. We have generative AI occupying a lot of the attention in the social sphere and in the education sphere. So how are we going to help students to learn about generative AI? Rather than thinking about how to teach them, we at the University of Hong Kong have actually launched and actually completed a generative AI for social good hackathon. We don't, of course, we provide a lot of resources and support, but the focus is on them to join forces with their peers to come up with solutions. One of the solutions was, say for example, it was a team of undergraduate and postgraduate students from law, from business, from communication, and social and computer science. And the problem they wanted to solve was, we are looking at the underprivileged minority groups. How can, and they often do not have the means to provide or to access legal advice to defend their own sort of what they need, or when they are challenged. And what they worked together was to develop a solution that was layered, and so they can get very sort of simple, basic sort of advice first from the system, going forward into actually real people. And to me, that's, and of course, when they finish, when we ask them what they learn, obviously they learn more about generative AI, but they learn about how to cooperate, and they learn how to actually put things into, to create solutions. So in the way that Mickey was talking about, that you have a solution which is generative, which is not what you already have put together. So I think that's a kind of like how we can think about integrating the different kinds of challenges so that students don't just have sort of cut and dry ways of learning, but also having more integrated ways of using the ICAP to help us to, in a way, design learning experiences for students.
So you're really producing a whole different kind of student, right? Not one that's mastered a body of material, but one who's curious,
yes.
One who's figuring out how to solve a problem, one who's figuring out how to ask questions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and they have to go out to the community.
Yeah.
They can't just say, okay, let's do something for them. They need to know what the community needs. So they actually search out to the minority groups that they think they want to serve. And they learn a lot from that as well,
Yeah.
grounded.
And coming up with their own answers to things that
Yes.
we don't know. So when you think about education in Hong Kong as it's been traditionally practiced, what elements of ICAP do you see already in the system, and what would you like to see more of?
Right, okay, yes. Well, that's a very good question. So does Hong Kong have ICAP already or not? I would say it depends on how you look at it. Now, reflecting on the sorts of changes in education in Hong Kong, I would say some elements of valuing the ICAP kind of approach was started around the beginning of this millennium, when the Hong Kong government sort of launched a major education reform. And the reform focus was that in order for us to bring about a generation of students who can, in fact, be lifelong learners. So they don't just learn something which is sort of in the textbook, because that's not possible. So what do we mean by lifelong learning? And they need to be able to identify their own learning problems. They need to be able to work with others to search for ways to learn about it. And they need to have ways to know whether they have made some headway in understanding. And so the Hong Kong government, the Education Bureau, in fact, promoted very strongly an approach called self-directed learning. But what is self-directed learning? It can be interpreted in many different ways. So just as what Mickey said, it could be just active learning. So you do something, not just sitting there. But it can still be very varied. So we are trying, so in a way, many of us working in the field of learning sciences have been trying to help teachers and students to work on ways where the students have more agency to define what they want to do and to be able to reflect and work with each other. But oftentimes, it's not easy to still, if we remain with the term self-directed learning, but with the ICAP, it actually provides a lens that would help us, or teachers, parents, and students to know, what is the desired way of self-directed learning.
Like what Nancy said, actually the educational reform, pedagogical innovation, teaching and learning improvement, there are many in Hong Kong and in Asia, actually worldwide, that include many of these ICAP elements, constructive, interactive. But I'd say they are more implicit, and we can make it more explicit, systematic, and intentional by it actually helps people to know where you are at and where you can move. To give an example, in Singapore, my PhD graduate, she's working with college instructor, university teachers to reflect on their practice, to look at example and to discuss. So like Mickey's example, but it's on online learning to see if it is constructive or active or how the teacher may go further. I give a college example, but what I really want to share is Hong Kong and Asia system, full of examination, the motivation, memorization that we know about. And this is a tricky point, but I want to say, I think ICAP can help even with this situation. Research in learning, Chinese learner, John Baxter and myself done a bit, is memorization is related to understanding. What does it mean? If you want to memorize something, you need to understand it for you to memorize. However, in school, what happened is rote memorization, pushing at the kid on things that they don't understand. It kills interest, it kills motivation, and that's what we have now. So I am suggesting that, or I'm thinking, conjecturing, that the ICAP framework can help teachers to turn around, to do things in a more constructive, meaning-making way, to let kids see constructive, meaning-making interaction as motivating, that come back the motivation and even learning helplessness. ICAP is a, thanks to Mickey, is a relatively accessible system, not only for advanced projects that we heard about, even in regular classroom. Making small changes can become leverage point to make some changes that people who think I cannot learn may be different. And we may start some starting point to change some of the culture and some different way to support our kids' learning.
So, Gawei, we all love to try a new idea, we love to jump in, then we start to discover how difficult it can be. How do you think about sustaining changes in teaching practices?
Yeah. So in my projects conducted in Hong Kong, mainland China, and in Asian context, Actually, I have seen that teachers are willing to make changes to their classroom. And we also have done interventions to classroom teaching, and we observed significant changes to the teaching after intervention. But the problem is that without continuous support, teachers can gradually go back to their original ways of teaching, okay, if there is no continuous support. I think ICAP can provide a powerful yet simple tool for teachers, and they can use ICAP in their daily teaching. Okay? They can personalize it into the teaching to make substantial and sustainable changes. Actually, in Hong Kong and East Asian classrooms, I hope to see more of student-initiated questions, ideas, and solutions. I think that teachers can also encourage students to listen to each other, to engage in their classmates' thinking, and also to build ideas on one another. Yes, I think ICAP can definitely help with that.
Mickey, what are you hearing?
Well, my idea about why things aren't, why some adoption cannot be sustained is because you have to follow it in a sort of script-like way. But with ICAP, you understand what you're doing so that you can adapt it to your own needs. And I think if you can adapt it in a meaningful way based on ICAP, because you now understand ICAP, then you're more likely to sustain it over time. That's what I was thinking.
Actually, to me, the sustaining part is not just at the teacher level, as what Gao Wei has said, but you need to be looking at the whole organizational level as well as, in fact, the system level. So if we say that, if the ways of learning has to change in the classroom, then teachers have to learn. But what about school leaders, principals, or policymakers? They also need to change. And so what I'm thinking is we need ICAP for professional development and organizational learning.
I like this sustainable point. I myself have been doing different pedagogy, innovation, changes, and sometimes it's like what Guowei said, it's not easy for teachers to maintain it. And script is also, so teachers are always very worried that I have to follow this and then some new thing come again and to follow that. Yeah. But I think the important thing is, well, ICAP is principles. So you get the key principle. It's a principle, and I think that it's not for only teachers, but educator. You grasp the main principles and you adapt. You make it flexible, and that is how it can be sustained when you own it instead of just following a lot of very complicated script. And I do believe that ICAP is a kind of system that is familiar enough. It builds on what teachers are already doing. It's not like they are not doing these kind of things.
Good. That's true. Yeah.
So teachers have many different choices of the learning methods and practices. How, in your view, does ICAP bring this together into one theory, and how do you know if it's working? How do you know if this is actually fostering a deep understanding among students that we want to see?
Yeah, in my understanding, I think ICAP can support the teachers before class, during class, and after class. Before class, teachers can refer to ICAP to design the teaching. For example, they can plan at what points of a lesson to use what kinds of engagement. During the classroom teaching, of course, teachers can refer to ICAP and also to use the verbs, as Mickey introduced earlier, to guide the engagement. And I think what is great is that the ICAP framework and the verbs can serve as indicators for teachers to know whether and to what extent learning is taking place in the classroom. So teachers can make in-the-moment adjustment and decisions to change the teaching, ongoing teaching. After class, I think the teachers can reflect on their teaching by using ICAP. For example, teachers can use video recordings of their classroom teaching. Teachers can also use student responses, student homework to reflect on the teaching effectiveness, and also to get to know at what levels student learning and understanding taking place.
I think it can also help with assessment. So you can design assessment. In fact, we did do that. We designed assessment questions in which we knew exactly what information was missing from the materials that was given to them, and then see whether they could answer that question, because in order to answer it, you have to be constructive, do some inferences. And that's how we concluded that students who were constructive learned deeply, more deeply, because they were able to answer all these questions where there was missing information in the text. So they had to infer the information. So it can help you design assessment questions too, just based on that simple rule: was the information already given, or was it beyond? So that's how we did it.
I like what always the free stage and making point about assessment. And I'm again wondering whether you think about your good teachers, other than their good personal qualities. They seem to be the one who can understand where you are at, ask you the kind of question that pitch at the right level, and make you think more and do more. I think ICAP can also help us to have more insight into student learning. And I think teachers should develop more of this capacity in addition to designing, but also assessing and understanding students. So as we talked about, we have verb lists. We can design different activity to elicit their constructive, interactive activity. But at the same time, the teacher should also be reflecting whether is this activity working. It meant to be in a constructive task. We have many of this in a lot of this project, but students may only be working at an active level or manipulating things, and maybe they are seemingly discussing, but they are not co-generating new idea. So ICAP can provide us a scheme so that we know where we are at, and we can move a bit further in different way. At the same time, seeing whether students are repeating, regurgitating, giving you the kind of information in the textbook, or whether they are putting in their own idea and elaborating. Other than teachers, with the focus on students, I think students themselves, we sometimes think they cannot do this, they cannot do that. Actually, they can do a lot. So students can be put in the role of assessing their own state of ICAP in some way. They can even say that if I am just manipulating information without addition, or I'm adding new things. And in this way, we can also develop students more as metacognitive learner, helping them to become better in learning. And for me, ICAP, I think, has this theoretical insight, but also have actionable guidance. So it's something that we can open up new venue.
So Nancy, we understand a bit, what the teachers should be doing and what do you think the student experience is like?
I think this is one of the very good points that's brought out. I think we usually do not look enough on that. And when we say we are concerned with how we teach, how we use the method and the tool. When we say knowing the student, we think about the emotional aspect, which are important. But we cognitive scientists think about what we think the student's cognitive understanding and engagement, and they can be enriched at the appropriate level.
We actually, we do look at the students' outputs. Yeah. And what happens is there's not 100% compliance. In other words, you can ask the student to do some constructive tasks, you say, explain this, but they may choose not to explain it, they may choose just to describe it. So if they don't explain it and they just describe it, then they, as a group, will learn less than the group who explain. But the point is, by the teacher asking for them to explain, you're more likely to get explanations from more students than if you didn't. So if you just ask the student to describe, then everyone will describe. If you ask them to explain, a proportion of them will describe. And the proportion that describes will learn not as much as the proportion that explains. So it's still good to try to elicit it, even if you don't get 100% compliance.
Right, okay, thank you. Actually, I really like the idea that the ICAP sort of focuses on the students' experiences. But how do we get the teachers who haven't had that experience to actually understand? And so I agree with what Carol said, that a lot of times when we work with the teachers, if they can get the students, they can give the room for the students to be engaged in the constructive and interactive learning, then they were very often surprised by how much the students are able to do. So that comes back to the point that I earlier talked about in terms of the teacher professional development, and also how do we get what I would call connected learning between the students, the teachers, the school leaders, and also, say, the funders of those initiatives, which may or may not be the government. So I just want to give an example. We were working with schools on self-directed learning, STEM, and wanting them to also focus not only on learning about the STEM, but also developing metacognitive capabilities, which oftentimes is now referred to as 21st century skills. So I was very surprised. I mean, during the COVID period, it was very difficult. We're not wanting to push the teachers too much. And so we don't really see too much of what the schools may be doing. And at the end of the year, we had a kind of like an online sharing, and we asked each of the schools to share what they have been doing, or what their plans for the next year was to be. And I was so surprised. One of the schools said, okay, when we talk about 21st century skills, it's so important, it's a primary school. But where do we teach it in our curriculum? We don't have a space for it. So they said, okay, so it's the school leaders who said, okay, if this is so important, and when we have the COVID will go away at some point, so we need to prepare for it. And so what they decided was the whole team of teachers in the school discussed what could be a 21st century school curriculum and how do they do it. And what they came up was a very sophisticated matrix. So they define, say, these are the things which include, say, for example, critical thinking, creativity, and communication, collaboration. And then, say, when they talk about grade 1, grade 2, up to grade 6, what should be in the curriculum? And then they said, okay, 3 teachers in the school would take care of 1 grade level design. And they think about the curriculum as going through the entire year. So they have sort of more flexible learning time in the afternoon. So each week they have something. And for example, the next year, I saw them, with the 21st century skill. And one of the presentations I saw was the students in 6th grade was working on, the unit was on developing or, say, investigating soap because, we were all washing our hands so much. And then, so they was finding out how, sometimes you may be sort of actually having rashes or whatever because of washing too much. But what they did was they started with understanding what is soap, how to make soap, and then having the 3D printing for a mold for creating, so for commercializing it. And then they then finish out with the design teachers on packaging, and then the language teachers on developing the sort of specifications and promotional materials. That was so amazing. And the students were so happy because they were able to create something totally new. And I think this cannot be possible without the whole school collaborating. And I can see the ICAP working at the school learning level.
So you don't want to just see the light bulb going off, but you want to see it shining bright. Powerful, right? Yeah. We have an interesting question from somebody in the audience. We talked about shifting the mindsets of teachers and principals and administrators, but what about parents? How do they react to a new style of learning and what they see in their children? How do you bring them on board?
Well, okay. I would say this is an area we need much more work on. Some schools are actually paying attention to communicating with parents. And oftentimes, particularly during the COVID period, when some schools sort of went as far as actually creating sort of packages for learning kits for students to come, the parents to go to the school, pick them up, and then to do it at home, and then taking videos. Actually, the families have much more engagement, and I'm not entirely sure whether that kind of engagement of the parents into the children's learning is continuing after COVID. But that kind of connection is very important.
Yes, I also agree. I think a lot more work needs to be done with parents. And we're glad that ICAP is a kind of accessible, almost a little bit intuitive, I don't know whether it's the right word. It's a kind of system that actually can explain to the public quite easily compared to many of these other approaches that we have. And so I think that parents do not want their student to rote learn. They don't want their student, they just push them to study all the time, and it's not what they want. So when there are alternatives, that some small changes that make that you are learning, I go back to my memorization, meaningful memorization, that you memorize with understanding, with meaning, to making sense, not pushing in and yelling at a kid, you're not working hard enough, or paying attention, or worrying. If they can see some new way, new possibility, I think this is a system that can be explained to parents.
Do you see students coming back to parents and having different kinds of discussions with them based on the way they're learning? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think for parents, because I'm a parent, I really want to know what is happening in the classroom, in the school. And when my kids come back to the home, I talk to them, like, what did you learn in the classroom? And they would introduce what they learned in the classroom. And I did refer to ICAP to try to do constructive and more interactive talk with my kids. I didn't ask, I didn't just ask, what did you learn? And they answered, I said yes or no, it's great. I keep asking them, how did you learn it? Can you explain it to me? Yeah, I think that works. Yeah.
Actually, I want to say something more about the lack of knowledge and experience with working with parents. We just, our team at Hong Kong U have been sort of studying how parents and schools and teachers, as well as the students, what kind of experiences and outcomes were through that. And one very stark finding we had was the parents were very unsure about parenting, particularly when you have so much digital technology and so on. And what we found was the most unsure parents are the adolescent parents. So primary kids, the parents feel that they are more proficient, they have more self-confidence in being able to help their kid. But what about adolescents? And because they don't know, but on the other hand, when we ask the kids, the students, asking them whether they would like to get support from adults. Now, the fact was they didn't get too much, but they really want, particularly the adolescents. The adolescents also felt unsure about, what they do. So I think this is an area that we need more research on.
Mickey, I have a question for you from the audience. It says you went to mainland China years ago. Do you have any plans to start teacher development programs on the mainland again?
I haven't had time to think about that. No, I haven't had time to think about that.
Is this something you're interested in?
Well, our first goal is to develop the professional development module itself and test it out locally to make sure that it's understood, it's clear, and that the teachers or instructors who take our PD can follow through with redesigning the activities. And so that's our first goal. Then we'll be ready to provide facilitated professional development training across the country as well as globally, just maybe half a dozen times just to get feedback. And then ultimately our goal is to disseminate it sort of like in an online fashion that's not facilitated in person, so it can reach many more people.
Maybe just to conclude, can we just go around and your quick reactions? What do students and teachers like about ICAP? What do they find most appealing? What do they find most difficult also?
Yeah, actually, I did a study on this, but not exactly on ICAP. It's related.
Active learning, yeah.
Yeah, active learning. So when teachers use constructive or interactive engagement, when teachers orchestrate this kind of engagement in the classroom, students tend to enjoy more about the classroom teaching. They tend to be happier in the classroom teaching and to have less anxiety in the classroom. And also they tend to engage with other students more often in the classroom. So you can see the chain effect. Like if teachers use like constructive, interactive engagement, students feel happier, and also they tend to engage with other students more actively in the classroom. And yes, all of this can increase their learning in the classroom. I think both teachers and students will like that.
Yeah, and I think my experience tells me that it's most important for the teachers themselves to be given ICAP, the constructive and interactive type of learning experiences, as I don't like the word, in some sense, professional development, because it sort of have a connotations that the teachers are on the sort of receiving end. I would like to think of them as teacher learning or professional learning. And so I don't think that we should be giving teachers on a sort of silver plate that this is what would work, please take it. But more like principles, and then they can try things out. They need to try, and then they might be surprised at how the trying actually gets them to do something different. And also, we always want the teachers to be able to work with each other and collaborate. It's not only the interactive part for the students, but it's also in an institutional context. There's always a risk in doing something different. When you collaborate, when you have other people working together with you, the risk is sort of shared.
Right.
Yeah.
But you're making them construct it by practicing it themselves, right?
Right.
I like what Guowei said. If you ask teachers, parents, or public, or student, they like constructive and interactive mode. They all like it, they enjoyed it. However, that is not happening in school because of examination. So in our teacher program, Hong Kong U, we do, and they will, and any kind of teacher learning experience, or PD if you use the word, they will say that we like this constructive, interactive, and not ICAP yet, but this activity, but we don't have time to finish our syllabus, our curriculum, and we need to do that. But I think that what I see the promise of ICAP it's not so much like an overhaul, like the teacher thinking that you have to do a very major project in taking up 2 weeks of my time. I think we have to work with the curriculum, work with the constraint, and I can provide a kind of sustainable and scalable and a kind of more small-scale change that may fit into the school ecology. And like what Nancy said and emphasized, we talk a lot about classroom, but this kind of changes need to be systemic. So many of my teachers taught would say that it's very difficult for me to implement any of these things in school. I feel I'm a loner. So I also think that while we focus on student level, it's not that the systemic level of classroom, school, and wider level and society level. I think that these also may working together, but there's some possibility of small change, integrating it with the curriculum, working with meaningful memorization in some different way to maybe to work on some of this difficulty.
Any last words? So I want to thank the panel. I want to thank Mickey for helping us all understand a unifying theory of active and interactive learning. And I want to thank all of you for helping us understand how it's applied and how it's thought about or modified across many different cultures. It's been a terrific conversation. And thank you for being here with us today.
What a fantastic discussion. Thank you very much, Mickey, Carol, Nancy, Galway, and Chris for leading the discussions. Thank you very much. And thank you to our audience as well for submitting your questions through the QR code. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a refreshment break. So please go outside to the foyer, stretch your legs, enjoy some coffee. Let's be back here at 11 a.m. 11 a.m. We'll see you again then. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We hope you guys are refreshed and ready for more insights and discussions. Our next panel invites our audience to think about two questions. One, what does it take to catalyze systems change? And two, what do those changes look like when it happens? In this second panel discussion, we'll be talking about field catalysts, the people and teams who mobilize and galvanize social change. Please join me in welcoming the people putting big ideas into actions. First, we have Dr. Rukmini Banerjee. She's the 2021 Yidan Prize for Education Development Laureate. She is the CEO of Pratham Education Foundation. We also have Vicky Colbert. She's the 2017 Yidan Prize for Education Development Laureate. She is the founder and director of Fundación Escuela Nueva. Wendy Kopp is a member of Yidan Council of Luminaries. She's the CEO and co-founder of Teach for All. The moderator of this panel is Dr. Laura Savage, Executive Director of the International Education Funders Group. Please join me in welcoming all of them. Welcome all. Dr. Savage, let me turn the floor over to you.
All right, welcome back, everyone. It's great to be here. And wow, have we got a panel for you right now. So I'm glad you just had that coffee to turbocharge your brains. Because what we're going to talk about now, in line with the theme that ideas can spark systems change, we're going to talk about people that spark change. And we have three incredible women here who probably don't think of themselves. I think at the start of the conversation around this panel, none of them would have, probably still today, stood up and said, I identify as a systems catalyst, as a systems changer. Maybe none of them at the start of what they did would have said, I'm setting out to change a system. But here we are today, and what we're going to do is to drill down into them, their journeys, their stories, and their advice for everyone else of us who's working in education. Because we've talked this morning about particular forms of pedagogy, a little bit about the Hong Kong education system. But on this panel today, we're going to be talking about education systems around the world that are failing. And I think at the start of this session, I want to underline how remarkable the stories you're going to hear are, because far too many systems are failing, education systems are failing too many students. And it's sometimes easy in the flow of the conversations we have in education to lose sight of the enormity of the challenge, the scale of the challenge, and the reality for too many kids in too many classrooms. So the stories we'll talk about today are ones of adversity in the hardest of settings. So we'll first hear from Rukmini, who in her leadership of Pratham, not only, grew an organization from the slums of India into becoming a global campaign for learning assessment and for teaching at the right level. From Vicky, whose work in the hardest to reach communities of Colombia showed that we can reach every child everywhere and give child-centered pedagogy to them to enable them to thrive. And then with Wendy, whose idea for a way to get the right teachers into the right classrooms at the right time is an issue that we grapple with around the world in every single education system. And this has morphed into becoming an army of education passionate champions in all sorts of careers everywhere in leadership positions. So there's a lot to get on with. And Rukmini, I'm going to turn to you first to ask you a question about where it all started. So looking back at the start of your journey with Pratham, what did you set out to do? And tell us a little bit about the moments in your journey with Pratham where it seemed overwhelming and it seemed daunting, or there seemed to be a challenge or a blockage that made you pause. And tell us a little bit about how you went over that edge.
So Laura, no pressure to just in 2 minutes explain everything that you've done in the last 20 years. But it's fantastic to be here, amazing to be here with the group as well as the people in the audience. So big thank you to Yidan for getting us all together. Looking back, I have to say that I'm beginning to sound like my elderly aunts when they used to say, when I was young, things were like this. So, but unfortunately, as you get older, when you look back, you have to say that. So when we started in Pratham in Bombay, it was called Bombay then, later it became Mumbai, I don't think there was a very big, long-run plan of what we wanted to do. Our two founders, Madhav Chavan and Farida Lambe, they came up with something quite simple, saying every child in school and learning. But that every, at the beginning, we thought would be just some neighborhoods. And slowly that went to the city level. Bombay is a big city, many children. But I don't think there was a plan right from the beginning to say that, we have to change everything in the city. And we looked for gaps because it had a school system. The school system in Mumbai teaches in 8 languages. And I don't know how many school systems in the world in big cities do that. So we looked as ordinary people, how do we strengthen, how do we add to what is already going on? And based on some understanding of the landscape, it appeared that while we had schools from first grade onwards, there wasn't really anything much to prepare kids to enter first grade. Bombay is a city of migrants. Almost half the city lives in what we call unauthorized places. So providing services in such places is also often a little difficult because if people are not supposed to be there and you give them services, then the chances they'll never leave is also high. But what we could see was that if you had some kind of a preschool that would provide a bridge to first grade. And so if you wanted every child in school, maybe having every child in some kind of a preschool would lead every child to first grade. And then once you got into first grade, hopefully you could go on. Now, we didn't have any money. Money is always very useful. I want to let everybody know here. But sometimes when you don't have money, you scramble and you have ambition, you scramble and find something that works. So our view was that for little children, they will have to come together in small groups somewhere close to their house. And their homes are all in these slums. So you'll have to find some place right there. Bombay, I'm sure like Hong Kong, is very expensive for rent. So the question of paying rent was not even there, which meant that people have to cooperate and agree that these little kids need a place to come to. And luckily, our kids are quite little, so they don't take too much space. And they're not going to be in this preschool all day. So you need kind of a place for a couple of hours a day. And for that place, I think the negotiations that happened were done by local people. Because if you wanted to have a little preschool and local people wanted to have it, then it was up to them to find the space and find the kids. So I think what we learned is that if there was something quite simple that was a gap, and you could actually make more people realize that this gap can be filled, then solutions would come from the different contexts. I know this morning we had somebody from the UN. I remember a lady from UNICEF visiting our programs. And she said, this is absolutely inappropriate for children, the places where they're learning. And I remember saying to her, well, Bombay is a very inappropriate place for most people. But if we are already here, we may as well make the most of it. So this community-based, locally organized little space was where we began. And when I started with Pratham a few years into our existence, it was 96. And I remember we had 150 of these little preschool clusters, you may call it. And by 98, there were 3,500 of them. And this was not planned. We had no idea when we started where it would go. But it was really pushed and picked up by local, especially young women, who felt that this is something I can do in my community. So I don't know about big words like system and change, but I do think that a clear idea where you see a gap, where you're able to say we can all come together, do something quite simple, and that it will make a difference, can go a long way. Obstacles and so on, I have to think while they all talk.
Vicky, let me pose a similar question to you. Can you tell us a bit about the history of Escuela Nueva, where the idea came from, how it came to you to have the idea to reach these hardest to reach children and to take the approach to education that you did?
Well, this, first of all, Escuela Nueva, which is not so new anymore, it's one of the longest bottom-up innovations of the developing world that's still being sustained. But for us, necessity was the mother of innovation. We were forced to rethink everything because nothing worked. And we had to go into the causes, not the symptoms. So we had to really analyze what's happening to this child, where he has to repeat, he has to drop out, no learning, no results, very low self-esteem. And then, of course, you were forced to think about the role of the teacher, So what is the real role of the teacher? So we were forced to rethink everything. And this was good. I think really, as I always say, necessity is the mother of all this innovation. And we were forced to think systemically because if we wanted to go to the roots rather than the symptoms. And why so many dropouts? Why so much repetition? Why no results? And when we started looking for the whys, then we were forced to think that we had to change the way of learning. And when I was hearing this morning ICAP, I said, this is the perfect framework for what we're doing because, these ideas are not new. These ideas came in Latin America into the elite schools, but not into the low-income, far-away schools. So we had to shift the power dynamics in the classroom, in the community. So actually what we did was just shift this learning paradigm into child-centered and especially we started with the multi-grade schools initially. We're also working in urban areas now and for displaced children. But what I think was interesting is that we had to shrink the way of learning. And it was really, we were forced into personalized learning. Not everybody learns the same thing at the same time. So it was self-paced learning. And to have self-paced learning, you have to have modules. And to have modules, you had to think of dialoguing modules, where children are really dialoguing among themselves. But not only self-paced learning, but cooperative learning, which is something that nobody talks so much about. And I think it's so important to highlight cooperative learning, where you construct knowledge together through looking into your eyes and dialoguing the right questions, the intelligent questions, because I think as Professor Bruce Albert said, I have learned from him, if you learn to write the right question, you're starting to introduce a scientific method in the learning process. And this is what we really wanted to do. So we had to change the way of working with the children, working with the teachers, working with the families and the communities to bring them into the picture. Because, I wanted to say, for example, if we didn't bring the families, they say, these children are playing, they're not learning. We never learned the way. They should be doing more and memoristic type of approaches. So we had to bring them into the picture. The most difficult all were the administrators, of course. But the issue is that we were forced to think systemically from the beginning. And I think this is a positive aspect.
Wendy, so Vicky and Rukmini have just talked about the iterative nature of their journeys. I think it's really, there are really strong echoes across what both of them have said, and this resonates with you, right? So Teach for All, for those, I'm sure everyone in the room knows Teach for All, but it is now, in 61 countries across 6 continents, and started out as a fairly simple idea of getting top graduates into teaching. But those graduates have become tightly knit communities in the different countries, and now has spurred a whole theory of people-first development. Can you tell us a little bit about your journey? The same question, 2 minutes. Tell us about a lifetime's effort.
Yes, I never could have predicted 34 years ago when I was a college senior and thought of this very simple idea that it would keep me going in the way you just described for this long. The idea was simply, there I was as a college senior feeling that our generation was just searching for something we weren't finding in terms of an opportunity to address the inequities in my country, in the United States. We were actually called the me generation. People were convinced that we all wanted to go work in banks, and I was sitting there realizing that's because It's just banks and consulting firms that are banging down our doors asking us to commit just 2 years to work in their firms. And that's what generated this idea. Why aren't we being recruited as aggressively to commit just 2 years to teach in our country's lowest income communities? And right from the start, I felt that there was a larger power. Like, we would channel all this energy into classrooms, which would make a huge difference for kids growing up today. But those 2 years, I knew those 2 years would shift everything for those teachers. You know, it would, I thought, change the priorities of a generation and the consciousness of our country. So that was the big idea. It was very quickly far beyond me. And I saw it both, I mean, I had my head down, fully focused on the US. It was never occurred to me, actually, that this might be relevant in the rest of the world. And we were pursuing this effort to make Teach for America bigger and better. And through the years, I was seeing that with enough of these folks channeling their energy into urban and rural communities, and going through the kind of transformation that led to for them, and never leaving the work, like enough of a critical mass of them, I was seeing that add up to actually changing systems. And, you know, thankfully started meeting people around the world who were just determined that something similar should happen in their countries. The first of whom was Shaheen Mistry in India, who convinced me to go to India. And I remember being on the plane just thinking, this doesn't make sense. Like, India's so different. You know, what do I have to share? But the week I spent with her, now 17 years ago, shifted a lot for me, because what I realized is that the circumstances that the most marginalized kids in India face were eerily similar to the circumstances the most marginalized kids in the US faced, and maybe more so than they were to the more privileged kids in their own countries. And kind of seeing the remarkable similarities led me to realize how short-sighted it would be to not pursue this effort as a global effort. And so that's what led to the launch of Teach for All, as a network of all these independent national organizations, but with an ability to enable all the staff members and teachers and alumni teachers to learn from each other across borders. And I think as we got into that, we much more quickly went up the kind of learning curve around, you know, how to develop what we've come to call the collective leadership necessary to change systems.
Wendy, to pick up on that point, and it's something that, again, both Vicky and Rukmini mentioned, the need for this sense of leadership and this sense of mission within a group of allies and catalysts across the system. Vicky, you mentioned administrators and how perhaps they're the hardest to hook into this idea. Rukmini, you talked about young women and their role in creating the both physical and, you know, sort of pedagogical space for this change to happen. But what if that's not there? You know, I think the stories that we've heard and the examples that you have all given are outliers. And that's, you know, I think there is a clamor now across the education world to learn from these examples and to replicate, yes, contextually, but to replicate. So we have a lot of literature and debate now on how to foster that sense of leadership, how to foster that sense of mission. Can it be done? And how?
First of all, I think this is such an overdue conversation in education. And I think the RISE research has put this question front and center. You know, this research that basically looked at, you know, years, like decades of data from all the low and low to middle income countries in the world to understand what is at work, where we're seeing education systems improving. And the headlines are quite depressing, because actually we haven't seen them improving in most countries. We've seen them, you know, in fact, learning levels have decreased in many countries. And it's not for lack of trying, right? Like, these governments, the World Bank, UNESCO, like, we've thrown a lot of stuff at these systems, but it hasn't generated the results that we would hope for. And I think the headline I took from the RISE research is that we spend most of our energy in education on what they call technical practices, working to do something that's very important. And they would say it's very important. We need to strengthen curriculum and assessments and teacher training and and get the buildings open and think about technology, like all these technical practices. But their research shows, to your point, that technical practices is not enough. If those technical practices are not implemented with intention towards a shared purpose of students learning and developing, it doesn't add up to progress. And so the research leaves us with that big question. How do we do that? How do we build a shared sense of purpose? And one thing I know is that it's what I've seen happen in communities all over the world through this work. So I know this is one way that we can, enlist people with a lot of passion and leadership potential in teaching in under-resourced communities, invest in their development. There's now a growing body of research that I've seen across our network. I think when we started seeing the same leadership effects all over the world, it led to this question of what is going on. And so now there's been all this research that shows the degree to which those 2 years reshape the teachers themselves so that they believe much more in their students and in the potential in the communities in which they're working. They believe more in their own potential to make a difference. And they come to understand the complexity of the issues. So essentially, they become the leaders we need. And if you get to the point where you have enough of them, not only working in classrooms, but working in classrooms as school leaders, in government ministries, pushing on the system from the outside as advocates and social innovators, and working from the inside, then you have the kind of collective leadership that can move a system with purpose. So I think it's one of many endeavors we need, and we need much more learning on this question of what does generate the sense of purpose that will be necessary to ultimately shift systems.
I think it's a question a lot of funders are asking right now. What is the role of an external actor from a system? We're all involved in systems and no one is truly external, but what is the role of someone who is not actively working in a school to be able to create and nurture those movements? And Vicky, building on that, a similar question to you that, you mentioned in your first comments that necessity prompted every step of the Escuela Nueva journey. But also, I would imagine at every step, there were political dynamics, small p politics maybe as well as big P politics. There were political dynamics to negotiate. There were power dynamics involved at the school level as well as across the communities and indeed then national level that you've been working with. Can you tell us a little bit about how you navigated that in Colombia and maybe reflect on efforts to take Escuela Nueva to other contexts where again that sort of political dynamic is different, as Wendy mentioned?
I think when you would think about systems change, not only you have to address the causes, not the symptoms, but there's a collaboration gap. And one of the causes, for example, in the coffee region of Colombia, children were repeating because they had to participate in the harvest of coffee with their parents, moving from one community to another. So why not bring the Coffee Growers Federation into this process? So, it's so boring only to talk to the Ministry of Education and the supervisor. So I said, well, they are one of the causes of the problems we're having, and they need educated citizens to increase the production of coffee in an intelligent way. So I went to the coffee growers because I was looking for other actors, other partners, a collaboration. And this has been so important because many of the best examples of Escuela Nueva are in the coffee region of Colombia. They took leadership, they took ownership, and this is what, by the way, I want to highlight Jean Tien, 30 years ago, World Declaration. I'm looking at Mansour, who was in UNICEF at that moment, and saying education is so important and cannot only be in the hands of government. It's a commitment for all society. So necessarily you have to bring other actors into the picture. And for us this was crucial. And it has been so significant because we had to have, support a new way of collaboration. So I think this is crucial that we just go beyond education systems and look for other partners.
Can you tell us a little bit more about that particular moment when you realized it is the coffee plantations, the guys that run them, that need to get involved, and then how you did it? Because again, I often hear you speak about the Escuela Nueva journey, and every step sounds so intuitive and so natural, and yet it's a journey that others around the world have not taken.
Well, it's just that we have to see that education is a commitment of all society. It's not only of the education system, which is the one that least changes in relation to other systems. So it was so important that the coffee growers would see, that if they don't have educated citizens, their coffee production is not going to be working. So we just made them aware of the situation and brought them into the picture. And they've just developed so many innovations from the original initiated dimensions we had. So it's just working to bring other partners into the whole process. Now, definitely of course, for us in Latin America, teachers' colleges are a complication because we have to change them in many dimensions. Teachers themselves have never been exposed to active learning themselves. So how are you expect that they make the change if they were trained in a different way? Things like this, things that are so simple. And so this is why we had to start with, this is still a challenge. This is still a challenge, but we had to change the way of working with the teachers, that they were trained with the same methodology, that when you're working with attitudes and behaviors, visual images help teachers, that they would see a school in action to say, we can do that. But the other thing was not to leave them alone. So we accompanied them through a community of practice, which is so significant, so important, because teachers learn more from other teachers than from advisors and experts. So it was just learning, all these dimensions. And by the way, I always highlight Charles Leadbeater from the UK. He says that the majority of the innovations come from the South. So I think we should start looking more into the South.
I'm going to come back to that point you made about networks and communities of practice, because I think, again, that's something that echoes across the systems change stories here. But Rukmini, first, on the point that Vicky made around changing attitudes, changing mindsets, Pratham's done that in two incredible ways that have led to movements around the world, right? Starting in India and then building outwards. First, around shining a spotlight on learning, which, again, at the start of ASA, was not necessarily something that you could have foreseen, right? That building a slow focus on quite how low learning levels were and are, and repeating that citizen-led assessment year on year, that's now become a global network of citizen-led assessments around the world. And that has changed the mindsets of politicians and parents. Well, that's a question. Has it changed the perspective of politicians and parents? The second movement that Pratham has been a part of spurring is the teaching at the right level. The phrase that whenever I talk to someone who's not from education, you say, oh, this is something that we should do. And they go, oh, finally someone talks to us in plain English about what it is that we need to do, because it's so intuitive and yet so difficult, arguably, to do in the classroom. Can you tell us a bit more about how and whether you think those mindsets have changed, and what advice you would give to others who are trying to prompt mindset and behavior change in those key actors, politicians, parents, and practitioners?
So I think we share a lot of common things, and every time I hear them speak, I feel we should write something together. So let's say, before I talk about ASAR or teaching at the right level, a big mindset shift that happened in our early days in the slums of Bombay was that just an ordinary young woman in the slum saw somebody else who was doing this, her friend, in the next slum, and felt, geez, I can do this as well. This does not have to come with a degree and a certification. People would often ask us, how do you recruit people into Pratham? I said, I've never recruited anybody. They come and say, I'm going to do it. Are you going to be with me or not? So you have a choice there to say, no, I won't help you, or I will, right? And so it wasn't like this massive spread in a short period of time happened by some recruitment and design, and I mean, I shouldn't say this in such a big hall and some big theory of change, but it happened because you saw people like yourselves moving forward, and you thought, just like Vicky said or Wendy said, if she can do it, I can do it too, and let me start. And I think that's what is kind of snowballs into a, movement may be a very big word, but a big move to make something happen quickly. I'll come back to the two questions you asked, but I don't know about other countries. In India, when people on TV are asked a question, they just go ahead and say whatever they want. And so true to my Indian tradition, I will say some things which she didn't ask me. But I think the word, like for example, there's a lot of talk about systems change. And the word in English makes some sense and probably has some shared meaning. But we've been thinking about how do you say systems in many of our Indian languages. And there isn't a special word. It's sort of like the way of the world, and how do you change it? And so I think we need to think about how this process of change is perceived by people who are part of the change, who will, I think, probably agree with me that you take one step, you feel it's like cooking, you cook a dish that you heard from someone else or tasted somewhere else, and then you cook it and your whole family says this is not tasty, then you try again, and then you try again, and at some point it becomes good enough to tell other people about. So this process of trying and trying, how do you capture that? Let me come to Asar and to teaching at the right level. So in this whole spread of this early years work that we did, several things happened. One was that other places said maybe this combination of working in the community and collaborating with the schools can work in other places. So there was a geographical kind of a spread. But the other thing was parents said, you're doing a lot for these little ones, but I have kids who are not in school, or I have kids who are in school, but they're not doing what we think ought to happen. But since I'm not very educated, I can't say what that is. But there was a general discomfort that, and of course it's always tagged to, oh, these children are migrants, these children are poor, so how will they catch up, and so on. So there was, by the time 2000 came around, I mean, there was, I think, universal agreement that children need to be in school. More and more children were in school. Even as early as, early 2000s, 90% plus of Indian children were attached to some school. But and that was visible, and it was very tangible, and people could, relate to it. But this discomfort, there was something happening which was not quite right, and our own view was that because we were now working with kids who were in school by this time, how do we put how do we describe what is going on? And I remember, long back, that we would try to say, how do I describe you? I'm having trouble teaching you, but how do I get a hang of you? And it's not only you, there's lots of kids. And we figured quite early that if you can't read, you really can't do anything else. So if it is reading, then what shall I do? And a common layman view would be, can you read letters? Can you read words? Can you read a couple of sentences? And can you read more? So we started with that, and there was a bunch of our colleagues working in different places. And I think that helped us form a vocabulary of what we were doing. So if you have a child who can't read letters, and that child is already in 5th grade, I can't use the 5th grade textbook to do anything. And if I give him the 1st grade textbook, he's going to be a little bit disappointed. And everybody will be, because I've come to 5th grade much further than anybody else in my family. So we developed something that we felt worked with us, where all children got a little story. And the little story was for everyone. It didn't have a grade name on it, but it had large font and it had simple words. And we started working to see how long would it take my group of kids, who may be either all at the same level, very low, or all mixed up, to move from letters to words to, and there was a lot of talk, is this phonetic approach, balanced approach. There was a lot of theory around that. But I think for us, what was important is that we had a common vocabulary. We could see what kinds of activities kids could engage with, and our people who were teaching could engage with. I realized this morning that much of it was not passive. It was active and maybe beyond, because kids were then creating meaning out of it. So 2 things happened. One is there was a way to describe what was bothering us, and the way to describe it was quite simple. My purse is over there, otherwise I would show you the simple tool, which is just literally, can you read letters? Can you read words? Can you read stories? And we also had a lot of experience growing in different contexts and different languages, but how long it would take if you were 7 or 8 to go from being able to read letters to be able to really read a story. So I think that the whole journey, one branch went into ASER, the Annual Status of Education Report, which did this first in village communities, then in slightly larger places, and then by 2005 became a national effort. But alongside that, there was a solution that at least we felt we could provide as you saw the problem. You know, it's focusing a lot of light on a problem without a possible solution can sometimes be quite demotivating. And therefore to understand the problem, according to me, is halfway to the solution. And therefore, while you show out a problem, if you're able to say, look, I have one solution, there could be many more solutions, I think it goes a longer way. So this ASER report has been done. It's done in every district in India. It's done by local people in that district. It was very odd in the beginning that you could do assessment that was not pen and paper, that was not set on grade level, that was not set by experts. But this is something simple which rose from the ground that people could understand. And therefore, I think, again, it was a gap that came, you know, at sort of that, if you play tennis, there's a sweet spot. Or if you play cricket, there's a sweet spot. It hit the sweet spot. And therefore, it was very simple. Therefore, involving people was easy. So every district basically does a sample-based assessment. The sampling is decided from before. But it's important for local people to own that. Because the more you do this stuff, the more you realize when you actually assess a child that just a little nudge is going to take them further. This isn't a whole big thing. And so I would say that the ASER report year on year has brought this to the notice, not just of the government, but of everyone. You know, the media, you know, everybody in the country. And the teaching at the right level, which is a name in English that we are not sure who gave, but we think it's JPAL, who've evaluated us a lot. In India, we call it Kamal. Now, Kamal in many Indian and South Asian languages means wonder or amazement. Because you're going to take kids who for 5 years in school have not learned, and then in 50 days, 60 days, are going to be reading. So it's like magic, and you want the system and everybody who's in it and parents to believe that magic is possible. So I think these are universal problems. The fact that it has gone to other countries is just because this is not a uniquely Indian problem. And I think the solution, people have modified some of these solutions, but I think these are very simple things. And this morning, somebody was talking about quality of education being relative. And I feel like, no, there are certain things which every child must have. Because as soon as you learn to read, your back becomes straight, your eyes become, you are able to look into other people's eyes. It's not only about reading, it is about confidence in yourself that you can learn. And that's not relative, that's an absolute. And every child must get it.
I want to pick up on what Rukmini is saying. We wish we would have that type of assessment in Colombia, but at least something that is so important is to have evidence. Evidence and empirical research findings behind. I think that was, for us, was crucial because, you know, we always, when Colombia started having such good results in rural schools compared to urban schools, except to the mega cities, but, you know, also responding to the issue of equality and equity, equality and equity, you know, then many countries started to come to see what we were doing. And this sort of helped the self-esteem. Self-esteem of children, self-esteem of teachers, self-esteem. We've been measuring self-esteem since 40 years ago, because that for us was the first thing. If you don't have a strong self-esteem, you will not flourish. So this was crucial. And of course, in Latin America, we produce more poetry than science. So we had to learn that in order for other people to believe us, we would have to publish first at the University of London so that the Colombians could understand us and believe us, but especially not only on cognitive achievement, but on peaceful social interaction of children in Colombia. And this is so important. This is crucial. And I just wanted to highlight the importance of the self-esteem and of measurement, which is crucial. And you know, when the Vietnamese picked up Colombia's Escuela Nueva, and you know, and they have implemented in all Vietnam, then the Colombians say, what do you mean? You know, what do you mean the Vietnamese are implementing Escuela Nueva in all their territory? And we still haven't done it yet. No? So I think this is something that we have to learn from, the importance of having international research backing you up, and also, you know, and to start building these types of initiatives and bottom-up approaches.
I think one key takeaway for me from this conversation is that there's a book coming out from these three ladies called Magic is Possible. But I do want to ask you, we've got some great questions coming in from the audience, but I want to ask you one question, the same question to each of you looking forward. What is the change in the system? So the system, and I agree, Rukmini, I mean, even in English, there is no, I think the word system is interpreted in mostly too linear a fashion, and it does mean something different. I prefer the translation that you gave. But looking at the system that you've been working in, what needs to happen next? What is the next big challenge that you foresee? Wendy, let me come to you first.
What's most on my mind, just listening to my colleagues here, is actually, I'm going to pick up on the need for learning among the adults in the system. Like, we don't do that well. And so I could not agree more with Vicki when she says, you know, they saw the need for collaboration. I mean, I still remember reflecting back, I'd become obsessed with this idea that with enough leadership, you can change any system. You know, like, over time, I'd come to realize that, like, in any kind of ecosystem, you know, if you have enough of a critical mass of people throughout, I mean, even, you know, who is that union leader, and towards what purpose are they working? You know, who are the people on the school board? We could elect new school board members depending on your country. Like, with enough people, we can get where we need to be, until I realized it's not true. Like, because I saw certain communities where there were, in fact, an absolute critical mass of leaders on the same mission who were very diverse. That was the other thing I'd become obsessed about. Like, they must be diverse. Like, yes, we need the people with the privilege, and if we don't have a whole bunch of leaders who themselves experience the inequities we're addressing, it will not be sustainable, and we will not get as far as we're trying to go. But then I realized even those two things are not enough. All those people in the puzzle have to be able to step up from their individual pursuits into a shared space and build relationships and have debates and learn together, or we won't move the system as much as it has the potential to go. I mean, it's all of those things together that we came to call collective leadership, like when we have enough people throughout the ecosystem who are diverse and locally rooted, and who have the space among them to work together, to collaborate, to learn together. And at the same time, I've seen, this is true across borders, I mean, to the point about you just need to see, like, someone doing something to realize, oh, we could do that too. I cannot tell you, I mean, we are, by and large, looking at a whole bunch of folks all across the world who believe that their community is the end of the world, right? Like, when we can pull people up and expose them to local leaders tackling very similar issues, like expanding opportunity for the most marginalized kids, and so that they can learn from each other, we've just seen truly transformational power from that kind of learning. So I think personally, like, I think about the Yidan commitment to tackling education as a global matter as truly game-changing. We don't have enough folks who realize the power we have to accelerate progress through developing global learning systems that enable practitioners in communities across the world to actually learn together and with each other, and how much potential that has to accelerate progress.
For us, a big challenge is, and we've done mainly in-service training of teachers and demonstrated that, yes, you can make changes. But now I think a big challenge is getting into faculties of education and teachers' colleges. I mean, this is the challenge for us right now. how to start getting inside these colleges and shaping the way teachers are trained within these colleges and institutions. So I think this is the big challenge for us because, you know, since the beginning, if that's where they're coming out, why don't we challenge this? And, you know, and I was just visiting, for example, a wonderful experience in Brazil that we had the opportunity to visit. And the first things I asked everybody was, did you learn anything of this in your teacher's college? No, no. So this is something that I think we, in education systems, we have to learn how to tackle with and how to get into and how to attract them to introduce changes, especially when you have demonstrated that it can be done.
Do you know, that's a topic that at this year's RISE conference, the research program that Wendy referenced, there was a whole day on teaching and how to get the right teachers into the right classrooms at the right time. And every single study was a story of failure. Every single study was that teacher training didn't happen right, or we didn't attract the right teachers, or deployment got, you know, there was too many went to the urban areas rather than the rural, or indeed the battle between the focus on foundational learning was at odds with those working on higher education and teacher training colleges. But one of the stories that I think has been really promising and really heartening in the last year has been that from Sierra Leone. And I think there are some people from Sierra Leone here today, although unfortunately Minister Senge couldn't come. But he, when he was Minister of Education, obviously a huge champion for foundational learning, was in a conversation with his colleague, Minister for Higher Education. And a lot of people posed the question to the Minister of Higher Education and said, do you feel challenged by the fact that your country has stood up and said, we are prioritizing the reading of 10-year-olds over, ostensibly, the education of teenagers or the education of adults? And the Minister for Higher Education said no, because my role is to make sure the right teachers are teaching those kids. And so there is engagement of adults, and it comes back to the point you were making, Wendy. You know, it's about engaging those adults who are going to become teachers, but also those who are going through the higher education process to become education champions across the system and across the economy. But Rukmini, what is, from your perspective, the next big challenge we have in education?
So, you know, the word pratham means primary. So I can't say anything beyond primary because it looks to me sometimes that that world is quite fraught. But I would say that in the preschool and all the way to, say, you know, 10 or 11, many important things have happened in the last 20 years. Firstly, we have, to a large extent, got many kids into school. So in a country like India with 250 million children, this is not a small thing. And there are lessons from these big moves. The lesson I take from that big move is that everybody helped. The government made schools, the parents wanted the children to go in, neighbors said, why the hell aren't you in school, come on. So I think you need to build that kind of a, you know, a support of everyone so that every child in school and learning well belongs to everyone. So that's number one. I think there are examples of how it can be done. It's now a question of how do you implement it and keep at it, because there isn't one solution. Even when we did schooling, you have to do a bunch of different things. You have to have some local stuff. Second thing I think is that, you know, this is a bad, I don't know what you say in English, metaphor or whatever. To fight a war, at least until recently, now maybe there are new ways of fighting wars, you needed an army, you needed a navy, and you needed an air force. Now, I feel the army has been around. There's been different ways. We've been talking about some of those. But I think another big learning from all of us is there are many more people who can be in your army if you invite them in. Whether they are the, you know, top level students in the US, or the coffee growers, or in our case, the slum women, if you open the door and say, I want your help, people will come in. So we have to learn that everything doesn't happen in those teacher training colleges. Open the door, there is a lot of learning to be happening elsewhere. And again, for countries like India, I think there are demographic waves that you have to ride. So 2 demographic waves that we see, that we feel all strategies should move towards, is we have a massive young population. that massive young population should have a very positive experience while they're still young, because that will give you the fuel for their later development. To say, as a 17-year-old, I helped the kids in my village learn. And therefore, I'm a very capable person and I can do many things, afterwards. We have young mothers, mothers of our preschool children, who are beneficiaries of the last 15 years of universalizing elementary education. For a variety of reasons, our labor force participation for women is low, which means there are women with children at home, high aspiration, some schooling. You have to ride on it. They can be huge source of support to the work that we are doing. Now, the Air Force is important as well. Many of these things have been happening. 2020, India had a new education policy. The policy document is some 50, 60 pages long. But to be very honest, I haven't gone beyond page 8. Because on page 8, it says in a nice big box, and I don't know who wrote it. I mean, we have many people in the country. Some very smart people who've had their eyes on the ground probably wrote it. It says that if children do not read and do basic arithmetic by grade 3, the rest of this policy is irrelevant. We've never had such a strong, high priority at the policy level in front of us. And it goes ahead to say, we've got to get this done in the next 5 years. Next 5 years, whenever you start counting the 5 years from, is well before 2030. And I know there are a lot of influential people in this audience. We have to make that kind of a statement for our sustainable development goals to say if across the world, children don't learn these basic things by 3rd, 4th, even 5th grade, forget about any other future. Having said that, I also think that we should be ready for success. I think we are often very mired in things that haven't worked. But I don't know 20 years ago if people who were in rooms like this were prepared for the fact that every child may be in school. So I think we have to be prepared that what if all children learn to read? What are we going to do with them next? Because I don't think our current curriculum, the way our schools are organized, are ready for many of the things we've heard from the morning. So ride your advantage. If possible, get a policy like my page 8, put it up on every billboard in the country, and then go for it.
So there's a great question that's come in from the audience that I think picks directly up from that, which is, what was an assumption that you or someone you met along your journey had that was hardest for you to change? And Rukmini, I think there's often an assumption in education that learning takes time. Be patient. And we can't be patient, There is an urgency. But is that pick up on that question if you want to answer it.
So I think as, cultures which have not had much formal education, we have great faith and belief in books. So for us, curriculum is a big god. You cannot fuss with the curriculum. And there's a belief that if you take this step-by-step curriculum, you will get there, which you did for 20% of the kids. So I think one of the assumptions is that step aside, try something new, try it, only then you'll believe it. I think that's a big one. And the way we've learned to crack it is to say, the world is full of skeptics. So, let me go with your skepticism. All I ask is spend the next 2 to 3 weeks working with the kids in the way I'm talking about. And then let's come back and talk. Without fail, it works because children do learn if you start at their level. And the system, the curriculum, the way schools are organized prevents them from doing that. And I think that these leaders of practice, I think we're all talking about this, these leaders of practice will change, and these leaders of practice, if they are within the system. So we work a lot with whoever the system chooses to be the leader of instructional programs in the district, take them out of colleges, take them out of their offices, put them in the classroom and in the community and say, 3 weeks. I will work with you for 3 weeks. At the end of it, if you think it's hokey, we walk away. It has never happened. In 3 weeks, especially kids who are 7, 8 and older, will change if you work with them at the right level. And I think we should add what Vicky's teachers do is, and give them a hug every day. They will go ahead.
Education results take time, and they don't coincide with the political momentums. Okay? this is a big problem. So here's where you need other actors into the picture to hold the baby. Well, there's a shift in the powers of the Ministry of Education. So here's where definitely you have to have other partners on the ground. And I always say, I have repeated this so many times, you have to work with governments to have impact and coverage. But you need public-private partnerships and the role of civil society for two key words: quality and sustainability. Those are crucial. You have to bring other actors into the picture, because just working with the ministries of education is not enough. Now, in Latin America, 40% of children in 4th grade do not understand what they read. So now that there's more evidence, when we started, we didn't have that evidence for reading and writing in the 1st grade or 2nd grade. Now we've learned that there is evidence. And I think it's just important to push decision-making based on evidence. And we have to focus a lot on learning to read and write in Latin America.
Okay, biggest, most tough to overcome assumption that for 34 years, every single day I run into, is the idea that what we should be doing in education is looking for the thing that is going to solve this problem. It's the pervasive assumption in philanthropy and in all those multilaterals. We are looking for the intervention that can show a 0.2 plus standard deviation advance. We're going to find it. All the smart people over here, we're going to find it, and then we're going to spread it across. That has not gotten us where we are trying to go. And I think we need to shift that paradigm towards a people-first paradigm, where we're thinking much more about how to invest in the agency and the leadership of people in the developing contexts where we want to see progress, so that those folks can adapt and invent and continuously improve over time. There's a place for interventions, and we've heard a number of them here, and they're invaluable and they can spread, but only in the hands of people who are on a mission to get somewhere in their local context. So we just need to rebalance our energy, and the problem is it takes time, and it's messy, and it's hard, but the longer we keep trying to look for the simple answer that's going to get us measurable results in 3 years, the longer we defer the really hard work that will ultimately build high capacity, locally led efforts to actually improve outcomes for kids.
To take that one step further, will we end up with everyone? I kind of feel we're at this point already. Everyone is looking for who those local champions are around the world, right? Who are the people who can then drive the change. And how do we find them? How do we support them? If there isn't one single solution, how do we get away from 1,000 flowers blooming and some of them blooming in entirely the wrong directions? Because there is this sort of juxtaposition in education right now, right? Where on the one hand, there is a drive for some sense of cohesion. We all need to recognize that kids, in many contexts, including those that surprise us, right? There are kids in the US, in the UK, who cannot read and who have been in school for years. There are contexts across Asia, across Latin America, not only Africa, where 9 out of 10 kids in a primary school system cannot read. So there is, on the one hand, this sense that we need a cohesion of effort and sense of common purpose that is really hard to achieve in order to drive this change. But on the other hand, there is I guess one of the extensions of the argument that there is no single solution is that you can end up with a cacophony of efforts and a cacophony of iterative efforts where many of them will fail. And coming back to the point around urgency, we don't have the time to fail. So what would you say is the right way to achieve the balance in order to drive that education change, but in a way that doesn't cohere around this one idea of a solution?
I think if you see any school or community where you're seeing progress, anyone in those pictures will be the first to say, this isn't about any one thing. This is about, 101% solutions, right? It takes many things to actually meet the diverse needs of kids and move them forward holistically to be the leaders we need, right? So I think we need to start believing more. I mean, what I've seen is we underestimate the people in developing contexts. Like, we completely underestimate, and we need to start recognizing that the only path to the sustainable kind of multifaceted efforts that we need to see are the people in those contexts. Like, they will need to drive the change. So I think we can experiment with all sorts of things. I mean, I've seen in now, communities across 61 countries and growing, just how much potential there is. And I mean, our work is one strategy of saying, we're gonna recruit a group of change agents who are gonna start working in communities, and over time end up, like, not even in too much time, working throughout an ecosystem in partnership with many others in communities, and ultimately they kind of help infect the whole community so that everyone's on this same mission and are in fact taking on the multiple kinds of changes that need to happen if we're really going to get where we need to be.
I mean, I think that one of the problems about education is that, 100 things need to be done. However, I think it's also time to take some hard choices. Again, I can speak for India. Today, in 3rd grade in India, according to our ASER data, 70% of kids are not at grade level. Nothing is going to be possible for them after this. I cannot give up on 70% of kids before they've reached age 10. The future of our country, no matter what the future is, depends on this. And therefore, I would say that, that's the reason that our air cover, the policy, is very important, because it's now there as the national goal. I really think that these kinds of national goals are absolutely important. And I worry a little bit, and there are people who are much more sophisticated than me here, that when you put this as a global goal, as a 4.1.1a, it'll be lost in, I don't know how many other goals there are. Why is this not the most important thing that every education system has to get done? Because many more things will become possible if we do that. It is also the source of the biggest inequality. And we are allowing that inequality to be in place before kids even turn 10. So to me, it seems like, I'm sure the world is a complex place, but you've got to have a very clear goal. The pathway to the goal may be very different, and different people will try different things. But you can't have 183 goals and expect that anybody will reach, any of them. And I really want whoever is here to say that, we shouldn't make it, the MDGs said, get everybody in school. It was easy for everyone to understand. 4.1.1a, for which we apparently don't have good enough evidence, but we feel it every day in our lives, everywhere, has to be highlighted. And we don't have much time left. There's 7 years before this thing will lapse, and then we'll say, oh, as a globe, we failed. I mean, that's terrible.
5 years for India, though, not 7, right? So 5 years on page 8. Do you think India will do it?
I think that the focus in India right now is on the 1st and 2nd grade, and for the first time, our policy has brought in early childhood into this continuum. These are big steps. And I would say that, obviously there are variations across, but there is a lot of energy currently going into this. The energy often goes, at least in the beginning, in the ways that we know how to do, which is inputs. Put in more materials, put in more teacher training, but hopefully soon we'll start looking at the effectiveness of what our efforts are. But I would say that between COVID and schools being closed for 2 years, between the fact that in the pandemic, lots of people came forward to help, and a new education policy, I mean, I'm very hopeful that, in my lifetime, not much left, we'll see some big change, because at least everybody now knows there's a common goal and you have to chase it. So if you're not chasing it, it's like when 20 years ago you met kids at the traffic lights, and you'd say, why aren't you in school? They'd say, I'll go tomorrow. There's a norm that you have to create. And if you create that norm, people will move towards it in their own way.
I do also think it's important that as we work towards crucial goals like that, we're doing it knowing that our purpose is bigger than that. And I do worry that we're in a bit of a false debate that could take us to where the US is, which is massive backlash. I mean, there was such a focus on foundational learning, not enough progress, and a huge backlash from people within communities who are saying low-level learning, which I know is not our definition of foundational learning, is not enough. And in fact, we've kind of taken away the agency of kids. So I think if we're all rooted in the big ideas that we heard earlier today, that we need to reshape the world through what goes on in our classrooms and be sure that what we're doing is developing students as the leaders we need with the agency and the awareness and the sense of empathy and all, and the kind of academic mastery and problem solving and critical thinking skills that will be crucial. Like, I think we need the world's educators, and that's what's going to recruit the world's educators and keep them in it, right? Like, that is, what could be more important than reshaping the world through what is happening in our classrooms? So I just think we need to stay rooted in that big purpose as we pursue, crucial shorter-term goals as well.
I wanted to share another dimension. In Latin America, we're very ideological, and unions are very strong in Latin America. So you have to learn how to work with them. In our case, since the teachers were the actors of change, we're part of the actors of change, you just have to make sure that whole concept of social participation is embedded in anything you do. If we had not brought the teachers in, at this moment, the teachers' unions, even in Colombia, are supporting Escuela Nueva. So that's good because, where there's change of governments and everything, then you have a movement type of support from the teachers because they are the actors of change. Change doesn't take place at the ministry level, it takes place at the bottom.
So you've all spoken about this idea of networks and of communities of practice and the need for alliances and relationships, dynamics. And in a way, I think when we talk about systems change, it is about moving beyond the inputs and the structures, the technical know-how. That's one of the most frustrating things of all of this point 1.1a, right, is that we know how to teach kids to read. This should not be a revolutionary thing that we're still doing research on around the world. But it is about, the word system is much more about the relationships and the dynamics that drive to the change. As a final question coming in today, can you just maybe give some reflection on how across your careers you have, and I think what's really notable in the answers that you've all given today is that you've all said we far more than I, and I think that's really powerful. But how have you built and sustained these partnerships with the diverse stakeholders? Was it intentional? Vicky, you've spoken a little bit about this, but Wendy, did you imagine that the networks of teachers that would emerge? You've spoken a lot about leadership, but give us some kind of closing reflections on the power of collaboration of communities of practice and what we all, this is a community here today from around the world, what we can all do to sustain that and to sustain that movement going forward. Let's go first.
I intuitively, since I've said that, to reach systems change, there's a collaboration gap. But you have to learn how to collaborate since you're in school. And this is so important. So this is for us, cooperative learning was crucial. That people start feeling they're working as teams. And, just thinking about the future of 21st century skills in the future, I think the most important one that probably robots will not achieve is learning to work in teams. Yeah. And I think this is the big challenge.
Yeah.
And that has to be started and embedded at school.
I guess I think about it both at a local level, like thinking about our work to change education systems, our collective work, and also at a global level. And at a local level, just even reflecting on the way you worded the question, Laura, I think we've made a huge progress somehow in recent years, because for years I felt like every time someone said system change, they meant policy change.
Yes.
And in education, if what we're talking about is the kind of change that changes aggregate outcomes for kids, policy change alone has no chance, right? Like, we would need to change policy and practice and culture, and that is a whole different matter, right? And it will rely on a lot of people working together. It will rely on the people in the ministry having relationships with people in the classrooms and school leaders and people inside and outside the system. So us, the folks in local communities thinking about how do we foster those networks? How do we create the space that enables the relationship building and the collective learning will be really crucial. But I can't resist, since we are in a global forum, we've just underinvested in education in kind of global learning systems, right? Like in healthcare, in the environment, we've invested so much in global learning systems. We all know our fates are interconnected, the solutions are shareable, and so we invest a lot in enabling all those folks in different countries to learn from each other. It's actually also true in education. Our fates are completely interconnected. The kind of education taking place in countries around the world will ultimately impact all of us. And what we've seen in our work is that the solutions are much more shareable than we've ever assumed. Always there's the need for local adaptation and cultural, context, but the roots of the issues are so similar that the principles can be shared across borders. And we just need more investment in enabling that. How do we create the systems that enable all those local leaders and practitioners, not only the policymakers, but the teacher leaders, the school leaders, the kind of advocates and civic leaders to actually gain access to each other's insights and learnings? I think that needs to take much greater priority than it has to this point.
Can I just give a little example? This last summer of 2023, there was something that happened in India whose roots go back to January. So January was when the annual status of education report, the first one after COVID, came out. And of course, like everywhere else, you could see big learning drops. As I said, the Indian government, the states are focusing a lot on the early grades. So we had a thought that if you talk to people about the fact that kids who are in 2020, in the last school year, in 5th grade will now go to 6th grade, primary to middle school. And in primary, we know in 5th grade, under normal circumstances, about 50% of kids are not even at 2nd grade level. So year after COVID, it's still really bad. So we took this report, and this just a simple finding. We picked 3 states, just because these are 3 big states in the heartland of India: Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, and Madhya Pradesh. Together, they are about 165 districts out of our some 700. And there was a conversation at every district level to say, we recognize what the schools are doing, but in the summer holidays, can we as people do something to help our 5th graders go to 6th grade a little bit stronger? We were completely taken aback by how quickly different people, district administrations, teacher training colleges, high schools, scouts, everybody said, this little thing I think we can do. A month in the summer, 2 hours in the morning, we can do it. But it needs to be very simple, because there cannot be a massive training program for this. Governments came onto this campaign, because like everybody else, we asked the government as well. And 300,000 young people, 10th grade or above, said we are willing to do this. And I sometimes wonder if we had started it a month earlier, the numbers may have doubled. Governments backed these. They didn't lead it, they backed it. Because in the summer, usually, I mean, no teachers were involved. There were youth volunteers, but many schools played a role. So for example, middle schools looked for their alumni, good alumni who could help the incoming cohort come in better. 3.5 million children were covered in this. Now, what is this? Is this, I mean, it's clearly a very big collaboration. Is it episodic? There was data that was collected. Every young person actually uploaded their baseline and endline data. Whether the data was right or wrong, there was a massive spread of some digital skills which will help the young people go forward. Now, an episode like this opened huge opportunities around. One, all kinds of unlikely people worked together, so they began to have faith with each other. We had a big participation of our rural livelihoods missions. We have big organized self-help groups for women. And in my own home state, out of the 100,000 volunteers, 45,000 came from the women's self-help groups. Now, I think these are the kinds of things that when you do one step, 3 more steps become possible. If we had talked about it in theory, I don't know how many people would have. But as everybody took these steps together, and did it in different ways in different states and different districts, but the goal was, I don't want my 5th grader to go into 6th grade feeling inadequate. So what can I do? So I would say that it's you know, development is not one big explosion. It will be big steps, learnings, going back, going forward, and that's the way we will move.
Thank you so much for sharing your learnings, all 3 of you, with us here today. And can we give them a huge round of applause? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rukmini, Vicky, and Wendy for inspiring us with your actions. And of course, thank you, Laura, for leading them on that very interesting discussion. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch at this time. We have a wonderful buffet spread for you outside in the foyer. Please feel free to have the buffet outside, or you can bring your food back here inside the ballroom as well. A reminder, please bring your personal belongings and valuables with you during lunch. So let's break for lunch now. Bon appetit, and we'll be back here to start the afternoon session at 1:30. 1:30. We'll see you then. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome back to the 2023 Yidan Prize Summit. For those of you just joining us, a special welcome. My name is Desmond So and I'm delighted to be your MC today. We hope you've had a chance to have some lunch. During lunch, I saw there was lots of banter and good conversation, so we're happy to see that. And we hope you also had a chance to check out the illustrations documenting the morning sessions in our live graphic recording. Now, this morning, we heard about the need for a renewed focus on education. We learned how the ICAP framework can help students learn more deeply in the classroom and what it takes to catalyze systems change. Continuing with the theme of ideas that spark change, the afternoon sessions will spotlight solutions advancing education, especially the ones that break down barriers and promote inclusion. Up next, we're going to have a fireside chat between Shira Sheff and Professor Arthur Levine. They will talk about the need to transform higher education so that it keeps up with the pace of today's global and digital knowledge economies and discuss how University of the People's nonprofit, tuition-free, and online model is the forefront of change. Now you see both of our speakers are on the stage already. Let me introduce them. Shira Sheff is the 2023 Yidan Prize for Education Development Laureate and founder and president of University of the People. Professor Arthur Levine is a distinguished scholar of higher education at the New York University and president emeritus of Teachers College at Columbia University. Gentlemen, let me hand the stage over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Arthur Levine, the one who didn't win an award. I want to salute Dr. Charles Chen and the Yidan Foundation for creating a Nobel Prize for Education and augmenting the original model by focusing on impact. I'm honored to share the stage with an education revolutionary who's won a bushel of awards and honors, who's been called a game changer, a pioneer, an educational visionary. Today we're going to talk about SHI and about the disruptive institution, University of the People, he imagined and created. What stands out about this is not simply that it's a fascinating institution that's doing important things. It's the context of the world in which he created it. Today we're shifting from national analog industrial economies to global digital knowledge economies. Change of this magnitude, duration, and speed occurred only once before in modern history, the Industrial Revolution. Along with the rest of society, higher education was transformed. The medieval university can't wait to see what he wrote. Well, the curriculum descended from the Greek trivium and quadrivium, gave way to universities, research universities, graduate schools, technical and professional schools, and in the United States, two-year colleges. What's interesting about this, and SHI is a real example, is that change came from outside, not from mainstream existing institutions. New institutions were created, brand new institutions with names like Cornell, Johns Hopkins for research and graduate study, and MIT for technology. Education entrepreneurs drove the change. They were the models mainstream institutions emulated. And the same thing's happening right now. We're going through the same 8 stages, which is criticism by the Society of Higher Education, rejection of the criticisms by higher education, experimentation, the advance of new models like University of the People, diffusion, standardization, and scaling up. At the vanguard of today's effort are UOP and Shira Sheff. an entrepreneur, and a new institution. They're going to model the future of higher education. So having said that, let me ask you a few questions about University of the People. The first is, what is it?
Well, after this introduction, I better not say anything. I better leave the stage right now. That will be the best way to conclude the discussion.
Are there any questions?
So what is University of the People?
Yes.
So University of the People is a non-profit, tuition-free, accredited American online university dedicated to open the gates of higher education for those who previously had no other opportunity. It's a university that offers accredited degree. However, it is there for those who, for any reason, couldn't attend higher education. Either it is because of financial reasons, because universities are too expensive, either because they live in countries where there aren't enough universities. Africa, in every country in Africa, there is a shortage of seats in the existing universities, either for political reasons. Refugees would be the best example. Cultural reasons, well, Afghan women, it might be political, it might be cultural, it might be religious, but they are deprived from higher education. And every other person that for personal reasons cannot attend higher education, we use technology to bring the education to them, to enable them to have higher education experience.
That's wonderful. Who are your students?
The students are those, we have now 137,000 students coming from 200 countries and territories. Some of them are survivors of the genocide in Rwanda, the earthquake in Haiti, people who simply sell fruits on the streets of Africa, homeless in the US, undocumented in the US, refugees from all over the world. We have more refugees than any university in the world. We have 16,500 refugees. So all the people who have no other alternative find themselves coming to us.
Who teaches at the University of the People?
Our teaching, the university is built, we are tuition free. Our ability to be tuition free is by using technology, by operating from every part of the world, by having few programs, but the main reason that enables us to be tuition free is because we lean on volunteers. We have over 40,000 volunteers. Most of them are professors. Most of them are American professors, not only, but many of them. And these are the people who actually teach with us. They are coming from all sorts of universities from the US, and they are pro bono, giving their time, expertise, knowledge, and prestige to build the university.
The model includes tuition-free, volunteer faculty. What's the financial model for University of the People? I know I couldn't pull that off.
Well, I think that the university, our financial model is, first of all, the students take the courses for free. They study for free the entire course. When they get to the exam, by the end of each course, we ask them to pay $120 per each end of course assessment fee, which ends up to be $4,800 for a full BA degree for as long as it takes them. We let the students, by the way, up to 10 years to complete a degree, to complete BA. Half of our students don't have even these $120, so they're on scholarships. Our mission is that nobody will be left behind for financial reasons. So half of the students pay this $120, half of them do not. And this makes us sustainable, financially sustainable. And the reason we can be sustainable from this small amount of money or ultra low cost model is because first we use technology wherever we can achieve quality, wherever the technology can help us achieve the quality at a reduction of price. We operate from many parts of the world, again, where we can achieve quality. So while almost all of our academics are in the US, our technology is in the West Bank, Palestine. Our student-facing services are in India, and we have people from all over the world, including Egypt, South Africa, etc. We offer very few degrees, only business administration, computer science, and health science, bachelor level, master of education, information technology, and IT, master level programs. We don't let the students we don't offer a lot of electives. We actually tell the students take this course and then this course and this course to enable them to move as fast as possible toward a degree, but at the same time save us a lot of money by having a lot of electives and finding ourselves offering a course with 3 students. It won't happen with us. And we don't have buildings. This is also important. It saves us a lot of money. And as I said, the volunteers. Our President's Council, all volunteers obviously are the presidents of Columbia, Berkeley, McGill, Edinburgh, and many other universities. We are partner with NYU, McGill, Edinburgh, Ifat University of Saudi Arabia, Harvard Business School. So we have quite a few partnerships, but all this enable us to offer what we offer at a fraction of price of other universities, but still have a high quality offering to our students.
How did you decide to do this? You had an amazing career as an education technology entrepreneur, and then one day you decided, I know, I'm going to open up a university with universal access. How did you do this?
So I spent over 20 years of my life in for-profit education. Among other things, I started the first online university in Europe through partnership with the University of Liverpool. So University of Liverpool Online is actually my creation. And that's where I discovered how online, it was my first revelation of what online is, online learning. And I discovered how powerful it is because we had students from all over the world. We have students from Hong Kong. They can stay home, stay with their families, keep their job, and still get this University of Liverpool degree. It was an amazing thing for me to realize that people can do that. But I also realized at the same time that for most people it was simply too expensive. In the US, people pay for education. Outside of the US, they pay less. And most people couldn't afford it. I ended up selling this university. It was for profit and the rest of my business. And I came to New York on a semi-retirement just so my family will tell me that they understand the point and I should do something with myself. Retirement is not really for me. I'm too hyper. So I looked around and I realized that everything that made this European university so expensive is available for free. Open source technology, open educational resources. Usually I explain what it is, but I guess that here the people know what open educational resources is. And I found websites, platform where professors came online and helped students with their homework for free. And they said, free resource, free technology, free resources, and free professors. All you need to do is to put it together and create a tuition-free university. So I did.
Very simple. How did you actually do this? How did you create this university? You had a great idea. How did you make it real?
Well, I think that first of all, I mentioned the European university, so I knew how to build a university and how to run online university. So I had the experience. The missing part was how to make it almost free. And that's where the volunteer mainly came. I had the idea. To be honest, I didn't know how complicated it is to create a university because then we work with Liverpool, so it seems to me very easy. So I simply announced that I'm creating a university, a tuition-free university in a conference in Munich. And the next day, the New York Times wrote a page about it. Tuition-free university was quite a unique thing at the time, still is. And the day after the New York Times wrote about it, I had hundreds of emails by professors who said, wow, we love the idea. We want to help you make it happen. And they made it happen. So was simple.
How confident were you that you could pull this off?
How what?
Confident were you that you could pull this off?
Well, to be frank, I don't think I really realized all the complications. I knew how to, from my previous experience, I knew how to recruit professors, how to write curriculum, how to recruit students, but the academic setting was not really fully clear to me because University of Liverpool at the time was in charge of it. I think that I thought it would be easier than it was. I thought that, you know, it's a university, it's like any business. University is not any business. But I think that more than anything else, I had amazing people come to help it happen. And we were, in a way, lucky. So between the two, it just happened. And obviously, we are here with 15 years later with a accredited university with 130,000 students. So it happened.
What obstacles did you encounter?
I think that the main positive surprise that I had when I created the university is the goodwill that is out there. The amount of people that were willing to come and help was unbelievable. You know, we have a president council with 25 leading presidents of the leading universities in the world, and people ask me, how did you get them? I didn't get them. They came and they volunteered to be on our council. So people come and people really, when they see good things that you're trying to do, they really want to help. So that was a positive surprise. The two things that were harder for me, first was fundraising. I come from the business world. The last thing that anyone can say about me that I'm naive, I'm not. And when I created the university, I said, wow, this is an amazing idea. Everyone, you know, will come and donate money. It will be a piece of cake. It was not. It still is not. So raising money was tough, especially at the beginning. One of the things that I haven't realized is that when you come with a new idea, a revolutionary idea, people are a little bit afraid. People want, you know, people donate to things that are safe. Things that are revolutionary, it's like, wait a second, let us see how it works before we jump on board. So this was tough. I think that the second thing is spreading the word. The first year, because it was so unique, we had over 2,000 articles about us. But still, most of the people haven't heard about us. I bet that even you, that you are in education, many of you, before reading the invitation and the prize, you haven't heard about University of the People. I'm still even now shocked when someone on the street, I say University of the People, and they said, we know what it is. I'm surprised. Most people haven't heard about us. The challenge is not the people on the street. The challenge is the people who really need us. According to UNESCO, in 2025, there will be 100 million people who do not have seats in the existing universities that will be then. These people need us. We are an opportunity for them. Probably we are the only opportunity for them, but they need to know that we exist, and they don't. How do you spread the word? And that was and still is quite a big challenge for us.
What about things like accreditation?
Accreditation, we are accredited by the DAC, Distance Education Accreditation Commission in the US. We received accreditation in 2014. It was quite a long road. Think about it that we started in 2009. It took us 5 years to receive our initial accreditation. It was challenging, first of all, because you need to meet the standards of the accreditation agency, and in our case, because we are so different, and we don't have like a full-time faculty for 10 or 20 students, how do you prove that you have the right support to the students? How do you prove that the learning outcome is up to the standards? So we have a long road to do that, and we achieved accreditation in 2014.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Later on, we were asked by our students to pursue regional accreditation. Well, according to the American Department of Education, they are all equal. In reality, people perceive regional accreditation more than they perceive a national accreditation. The DAC is national, and as such, we decided to pursue regional accreditation as well, WASC, Western accreditation, and we received eligibility. The next step was candidacy, and we hope that the next step, well, we more than hope, but we're working very hard that the next step will be accreditation by WASC as well. Yeah.
How much of what exists now did you initially imagine?
I think that in essence, most of the things that we envision exist. I didn't, well, tuition free, the idea was we announced from day one that we will be tuition free. We are tuition free. Originally, we announced that we'll charge a very small amount according to the countries of residency. We charge very small amount, but not according to countries of residency. We knew that we want to build it on volunteers, but we did not know how many volunteers we'll find, how easy it will be to find volunteers, but it works. I think that the one thing that I didn't envision is how much we will need to adhere to accreditation policies, make sure that we meeting all the learning outcomes that are being required, that we need to have all the policies in place, etc. I'm not necessarily, by the way, saying that it's a bad thing. It's something that I simply didn't know, but I didn't, because I didn't come from a university. But I think that accreditation, in a way, help us to become a better organization. It's something that I've not realized at the beginning. We were forced to do it in order to achieve accreditation, and in a way, we are thankful to it. In a way, we feel that we do a lot of things that would have saved us a lot of time not to do them, so yeah.
So what have you learned along the way?
I'm speaking a lot to our students, and at least twice a year I have like email that I send all of our students. And by the way, I send it from my email address, so I'm getting like all these emails back from them. And the one thing that I keep telling the students is don't give up. Our students coming, you know, they're coming from difficulties. And there are a lot of things along the way that prevent them from studies. They have difficulties. Many times they want to quit. There are a lot of things that happen to all of us, but when you're coming from difficulties, if you're a refugee, for example, you tend to have a harder life than we do. And a lot of things happen that, in a way, tend to lead you to a conclusion that you have to stop. Sometimes it's simply because you got a bad grade. Sometimes it is because something happened to your family. And I keep telling our students, don't give up. Don't give up because eventually you came to us with a reason. You came to us in order to have a better future. Don't give up your future because you have difficulty. Moreover, for every student who come to us, we have program advisor. We have a team of program advisors that support our students along the way from the day they sign up until they graduate. And one of their main objectives is to be there for the students where the students have difficulties. And if we identify that students' grades are dropping or they stop participating, it's their role to contact the students and encourage them. And again, encouragement is a very important thing. So that's what I tell the students, and that's what I tell myself. Don't ever give up. And I'm like the energizer, you know, the bunny that never stops. So, yeah, I mean, I never stop, and that's, I think, the secret for success.
By comparison, I think the Energizer Bunny is suffering severe muscle problems compared to you. Okay, so in 15 years, how will the University of the People be different?
I'm not sure that I have a good answer. I once found myself, after I created the university in 2010, I was at the Clinton Global Initiative, and following the earthquake in Haiti, I announced that we're going to take 250 students in Haiti and teach them for free. And it was quite a major task, because what I haven't realized with this announcement is that there was an earthquake. The people live in tents. They don't have electricity. They don't have internet. How did they think that they're going to study with that? So we partner with local NGOs, and we build centers for them, and I came to congratulate them when they started, the first 18 students. It was in November 2010. And I also met potential students there. And when I came, and it was recorded, my conversation with them, and when I came back to New York, I listened to the video. And I found myself saying in the video that a student asked how many students we are going to have. And I said then, we are going to grow and grow and grow and grow until one day we'll wake up and see that all the students in the world are being served. At that point, we go back to sleep and wake up with a new dream. So in 15 years, the question is how many students will need us. So I believe that we are going to continue growing. There are so many people in the world that need us. So this is one thing that will happen. The second thing, and we will be much bigger. The second thing, we build a model. We build a model that other universities can replicate. You've heard about how we did it, and we have not invented anything. We took everything that was out there, put it together, and create a university. Other universities can do the same. And the mission is much bigger than University of the People. The mission, the goal is that every single student in the world will have an opportunity for higher education. And I hope that others will do the same, and the students will be served. Until then, we are going to continue growing. In 15 years, maybe all the students will be served, maybe not. I think that I hope, and I'm not sure, I hope that that will happen way sooner than 15 years from now, is that we will be able to work with a government, hopefully in Africa. I had a conversation with Ruth about it over lunch, to take a country and solve the entire challenge of seats, the lack of seats in higher education. So we can show that in any country where there is huge demand for higher education but not enough seats, there is a solution. And the solution is online. And it's like when there was landline and then come the cell phone, you don't need to give landline to supply landline to everyone, because people can jump right to cell phone and everyone can be connected. The same is with online. You don't need to build more and more and more universities, tens of thousands of universities in order to serve all the people. You can go online, and in online setting, nobody needs to stand in the back of the lecture hall. Everyone can be accommodated. We want to do it in a country, to work with the government, hopefully in Africa, to make sure that all the students in the country will be served, to show other countries that they can solve this challenge as well. Enough?
Yeah, maybe not. People don't seem to be sleeping. Okay, so let me pick up on that and say the fastest population growth and the lowest access is in the global south. When University of People expands, how do you move into a new country? How do you move into a new region?
This is a good question. And right now, we have our model, and every place we go, students come to us. We don't work with local partners. We don't work with governments. We don't work with NGOs. We simply come and go directly to the students through a social media, sometimes through a little bit of a Facebook advertisement, and in many cases, through the media, PR, and spread the word, and students come to us. It works. We have close to 40,000 students coming from Africa. We have 40,000 students coming from the Arab world. There is some overlap. North Africa is Arab speaking. So the students come to us. However, we haven't concentrated in any country up to now. It was always, let's spread the word. So many people need us, they will come to us. I guess that if we want to succeed in a country, we need a dedicated effort to a country, which will mean both local representation, work with the local media, local advertisement, maybe even local places for students to take exams. People can take exam either in a local center or at a physical proctor or online proctoring, but having facilities in the country can be helpful. But it is right now we have no single country that we dedicated effort to succeed there, and since we're growing so much, we don't feel that we need to concentrate in a country. But I do agree, having 1/3 of our students from the global south or from Africa is amazing. But Africa needs us much more. And we need to do much more in Africa, and I hope to find partners there to do way more than what we do. Yeah.
This morning, when we talked about the wonderful innovations in India and Colombia and in 62 countries around the world, we were told about the importance of partnerships. We were told about the importance in building an infrastructure in every country they went into, or every region. Does that make sense with your model as well?
It's a tough question, and I'm not sure I have a good answer.
Okay.
Our success so far is having no partners. We just go and do what we know how to do. We don't need anyone to help us. We don't need anyone to interfere with what we do. Usually, when you have partners, you need to work with the partners, and you need to make compromises, and you need to see what their needs are, and to find the way to work with them. We haven't done it so far. I'm sure, though, that in the long run, we'll get to the point that in order to continue growth, we will need local partners.
Yes.
And, one of the things that we have a program in Arabic. And Arabic for us work, in 2012, the war in Syria started, and a lot of people left Syria, and then we realized that we have tens of thousands, close to 100 Syrians who applied to the university, but couldn't make it because of the language, because we teach only in English. And we were in a situation where we felt like these are the people who need us more than anyone else. So we decided to launch a program in Arabic. And we have a BA in Business Administration in Arabic, huge success, 26,000 students studying in Arabic with us, 40,000 students from Arab countries, 26,000 of them are studying in Arabic. And that was the first wave, and we did it ourselves. Again, we did have some partners, but the partners were more kind of like social websites for refugees where we spread the word about our offering. Now we are considering moving into Spanish. I think that in order to do Spanish, we do need partners. Well, first of all, we need resources. So we won't be able to make it unless we find the funding for that. But assuming we find the fundings, we need to learn more about the situation in Latin America. It's many countries. It's different from one country to the other. the role of accreditation, the regulations, the need actually for our program is different in each country. So I think that we will need partners. Partners will be important, first of all, in order to understand the situation on the ground. By the way, I think that in Africa we need it as well, to have partners on the ground, to understand the situation, but also to understand how to navigate with the government, with the local, with the potential students, with the local universities. So I think that in Spanish we are going to work with the local partners, and in the future we'll have many more.
Do you have any sense of what it costs to add a new language?
What it costs to us. With $1 million, we can have a full program in Spanish, if all of our program being ready to run in Spanish, in order to break even in Spanish, meaning we start running it, have students, when you start running, it's not only translation, you need to have staff and you need to have technology, so all this will be $1 million, but then you have stuff that you start paying for, and after 5 years with $5 million, we'll break even. That's our business plan for Spanish and for any other language. Yeah.
What I can say, the notion of having 137,000 students is extraordinary. The president of MIT and I decided we'd create a freestanding college. After 5 years, we had 80 students. You've done better.
How much did it cost you? That's the question.
You don't want to know. $20-odd million. What's your biggest fear?
My biggest fear. I think that my biggest fear is that if we get to the point that we feel that, I always say that we will continue to grow as long as we can maintain the quality. If we can't maintain the quality, we'll stop growing, either fix it and resume growing or not resume growing. I think that my biggest fear is that we get to the point where we feel that we can't continue our growth, because that's our mission, to serve as many students, or that we will be stopped by external something, government or someone that will have interest that we will be our disruption. Remember, we are disrupting the current system, and it's threatening. Well, that's the fear, that we will be stopped for unknown reason.
Fair enough. Can a university that's free, that has a volunteer faculty, have an impact on the rest of higher education?
Most definitely. First of all, we show, well, the fact that we are there and we offer education at a fraction of price of other institutions mean that other institution needs to look and say, what does it do to us? And if we continue, as you know, institutions in the US are being closed these days. Many cannot simply, students cannot afford the cost of higher education, and students cannot afford the cost of higher education, and many universities struggle these days to survive. We're showing an alternative model. It's very hard for existing university to adopt our model. You have tenure faculties, you have buildings. How can you reduce cost? On the other hand, I think that they have no chance, no choice. They have to change their model. I think that in the future, universities will have to decide what exactly they offer, what is the price point for their offer, and how they adjust their cost structure to be able to be competitive. I think that some universities need to merge in order to survive. I think that others will simply close down. I think that Most other will specialize and come to the point that they offer something specific. They know what's the price point for what they offer, and that's where they will be. So, for example, a university can come and say, I'm Northeast X city, city X, and if you are from my region and you want to study with your peers, your friends, your neighbors, and you want to find a job locally, come to us. But what's the price point for it? $30,000 a year compared to University of the People that charge $1,200 a year? Probably not. So what do you do in order to attract the students? Maybe you come and say, if you want, I don't know, to specialize in ancient Greek, I'm the best place in the world to do that. What's the price point for it? So I think that universities will have to adjust their offering and their prices. From that perspective, we are, we are simply making this process. It didn't happen because of us. I don't think that we are the reason for that, but I think that we are catalyzing the process, and we will force universities to think slightly different about what they do and how they do things. It starts in the US because the cost of higher education is so expensive. But all of you that are outside of the US, as you all know, the government's participation in education is in most countries of the world decreasing. Well, universities are under pressure. It will get there as well, so it's not only a US phenomenon. Yeah.
Let me ask you a few detailed questions. Can you talk a little bit about assessment, program assessment, quality control, student quality?
I'll start with students' quality. We have a very different admission path. Every student with a high school diploma or equivalent is welcome to come and take 2 courses with us. It's a path for admission. You take 2 courses, you need to pass them before you become a student. It's extremely important, first for the students. We are a peer-to-peer learning. Many students resent it. We are, you need to be self-disciplined. You need to be motivated. A lot of students are not. So students come, experience what we offer, and they said, wait a second, that's not for me. Others want to continue, but they simply cannot meet our academic standards, which is okay. They got a chance, they can take these courses again, but before you pass these 2 courses, you cannot continue with us. We lose over 50% of the students in these 2 courses. This is our admission path. We open the gates as wide as possible. However, we have this selection to make sure that only the qualified can continue. When they come to us, our academic standards are quite high. All of our programs are being evaluated by other faculty, peer-evaluated universities from other universities. By the way, every course that is being developed by a subject matter expert under the supervision of the deans and the advisory board. All the programs are regularly evaluated by other professors from other universities, and obviously we measure our learning outcome in every single course, so we are meeting our academic standards.
Realistically, what's your goal for graduation rates? That's really not a fair question, and I know it.
I think I will say, I will divide the answer into 2. First of all, when we started the university, it was all about opening the gates. We open it wide, anyone can start. Along the way, we realized that we need to be more careful about whom we bring in, because if you can't make it, it's just a shame for you to be there and not be able to complete a degree. After opening the gates wide, the second stage for us was to realize that we need to improve quality. Talking about learning outcome, improving the quality of the training that the professors get, the quality of our programs, etc. The third part was working on retention. And that was extremely important because what we realized is that while not everyone can complete a degree, you can help the students do way better. And I mentioned it before, you know, if you sometimes just call the students when they struggle and help them stay, they might continue the degree while they would have dropped otherwise. Sometimes it's giving them help in homework, with their homework. Sometimes it's simply come to the students and say that they take 2 courses and they struggle, and tell them, listen, why don't you withdraw from 1 course, take only 1 course this term, do well rather than take 2 courses and fail them. So retention is a big deal, and we improved dramatically our retention. Right now, our potential graduation is 60%. 60% meaning from the students who are in the system and potentially will graduate from each cohort is 60%. I hope that we'll get to 60%. That will be probably, I wouldn't say how many times more than other online universities, but that would be quite shocking if we can get to that, and I hope that we will. And I hope that between the amazing effort that we do in our retention and the usage of AI that we are planning to implement, we can do great.
We're running out of time, but can you talk about the use of AI?
Yeah. Okay, we'll stay for another hour. And so, in brief, we feel that AI is the future of higher education. And by the way, I don't think that Charles Yidan is here, but thanks to the Yidan Prize money, we are going to invest in AI, and we are going to do a few things with it. First of all, is to help us create courses. The AI ChatGPT can create the courses for you. Yes, you need to look at what it creates and correct it and change it, but it can do 80% of the job. Second, you can, students in computer science don't need to learn computing anymore. ChatGPT can compute for them, can program for them. You need to teach them how to use ChatGPT to program instead of teaching them how to program. But third and foremost, and that's what I'm referring to, AI can predict students at risk and know when the students are at risk before they even know that and intervene. ChatGPT can answer the students' questions. Why do you need the instructor to answer a question? And you can make sure that you have all the content from which the questions are being taken, the answers are there, and help. So you can use it. It can dramatically improve the quality of the education. It can save the faculty's time, which is for us very important because they are volunteers. So you can improve their experience. You can improve how they're doing, and AI is there to stay. By the way, just as a general rule, we believe that rather than telling the students don't use AI, give them questions that the AI can answer and ask them to look at it and give their input into what they got and tell us what they learn and what they don't learn and what is right and what is wrong. So embrace the AI the right way rather than reject it. That was the short version.
Let me ask you 2 quick questions. For somebody sitting in the audience who has a very big dream, who's imagining something on the scale that you've created, what's your advice for them? Don't do it.
Yeah. Think twice before you do it. Get all the advice in the world if you really know what you're talking about, and other people cannot challenge you with questions that you don't have answers. But if you're certain that this is the right idea, go for it and never give up.
One more quickie, and then we have some great questions from the audience. The other one is, what's the next act?
The next?
Rishai Reshef.
a university of the people. I'm there, and that's my next steps until probably I can't continue, so.
Ask the question again when you have 10 million students.
Exactly. Well, let's start with 1 million.
And here are some of the questions you've gotten from the audience. One is, how do you help students get jobs?
Good question, and thanks for asking. I mentioned that originally the first step was opening the gates for everyone. Then we went into the academic quality and then into retention. Our current step is helping our students find a job. We signed an agreement with virtual internship that offer every single one of our students the opportunity for remote internship, including refugee in refugee camps, including women who study. We have 3,000 Afghan women studying behind closed doors in Afghanistan, hiding but studying with us. We are going to offer them a remote internship as well. So hopefully they will be able to find a job remotely. 25%, the statistics shows that 25% of the people who do the virtual internship get job offers from the place that they did the internship. So this is our next move to help our students find a job. Internship is one way, and we are going to talk to other companies. I hope that we will be able to help more and more to our students. We haven't done it previously because most of our students work while studying with us. We have working adults, but as we continue to grow and we have thousands and thousands of graduates, we realize that there is a need for that. More people look for a job, more people look to improve their job, to get promotion, or to get a better job, and we need to help them, and we're doing it now.
What do you expect to happen to higher education in the years to come? Will current practices, like the predominance of degrees and the importance of degrees, the notion of lecturing to our students, the notion of focusing on outcomes rather than process, what kinds of things do you expect to see replaced in the years ahead, if any?
I think that now it's very popular to say that degrees are not important anymore. It's only the credentials and the job-related courses that you need to take, and that's the only thing that matters. I don't believe in it. I think that there is a very important value in creating well-rounded individuals, people who have critical thinking, people who are part of the global community, and higher education is what gives them the opportunity to get that. I think, though, that higher education is going to be much more relevant to the job market. Courses are going to be much more practical than they are right now, and universities will be judged more not only by the quality of their graduates and as human beings, but also by the jobs that they're going to get, how long it takes them to get a job. I think that, so this is one part. The second part, I believe that online is going to take a much more important role in higher education. Today in the US, every university offers at least a few courses online. I think it's going to happen worldwide. It offers the flexibility that traditional universities cannot offer, and more and more students will choose online, at least partially. Hybrid of online and offline is the future, I think, and I believe that there will be more students who will study by themselves rather than in a class where a professor lectures to them. Yeah.
Here's another one you've gotten. This one is the completion rate for MOOCs, massive online open courses. Varies from single digits to nothing, even like the numbers you have now, the 29%. The reality is that for open admissions universities in the United States, 29% is a very high graduation rate. Is 60%, do you think it's really going to be achievable?
First, a word about MOOC, and I will say what I said, not because one of the previous laureate is one of the inventors of the MOOCs, but I think that the MOOCs did amazing service to the world because it offered people the opportunity to learn for free areas that they want to master without having to pay money, without going to formal courses. At the same time, people were very disappointed from the MOOC because the completion rate was very low. Well, it was low because people did not have any reason to complete the MOOCs. You come to the MOOCs because you want to learn something, you're done learning, you go home. Why do you complete the course? Why would you take the final exam? There is no reason for that. So there was a big disappointment with the MOOCs, even though I think that it was a mistake. It's just the expectations was wrong to start with. I think that our expectations of graduation is realistic. I think that the more you use technology and help the students, you can achieve amazing results. Again, we are on the way. We improve our retention every week. If it turns out that I'm wrong, I'll be the first one to admit that I'm wrong. But so far, we're moving toward this direction.
Here's what's the long-term sustainability of your current funding model? As you expand and you need more free faculty and costs go up for students, can you really sustain this model, and if so, how?
It's two separate questions, and I'll explain. First of all, we are sustainable. We don't need donations in order to operate. We do need donations to offer scholarships. We do need donations to develop new programs. Spanish was one example. Or anything that is out of the ordinary. However, right now, our current model is as such that if we don't have donation, we can continue our operation. It will slow our growth because we will not have enough scholarships to bring more students, but we will definitely be able to continue our operation. By the way, part of the scholarship that we give is our own surplus. We end with surplus, so this is part of our model. However, it is true that our ability to be sustainable based partially on having volunteers. We ran a business plan. What happens if we need to pay our faculty market salary? We will not be tuition free. We will have to charge more. It will still be a fraction of what universities charge right now. Because all the other elements, using technology, asking our volunteers, remember, they don't need to be full-time with us. The amount of time that they spend with us is relatively short. So we will continue doing all this. We will need to charge the students more. We will still be ultra low cost and sustainable. Yeah.
We've got two questions, if we can squeeze them in 36 seconds. The first one is, how do you recruit students? You said earlier that even though you had 2,000 articles the first year, it's still not a name that's known on the streets. How do you get students?
The beginning was mainly PR, meaning articles about us. Then we start using social media. And then our students stood up. We have tens of thousands of students that we consider them, they consider themselves student ambassadors. And student ambassadors are students who spread the word about the university. They are there to tell the world about whom we are. It's not enough. Still, many people don't know about us, but that's the main way for us to spread the word. And it works. Do we need to do more? Yes, we do need to do more, but it works. And we have amazing students who feel that they want to help us help others to gain what they gained, and they do it.
We have a lot of additional questions. If we haven't answered your question, feel free to call Shai's room at any time and ask him your question. Shai, I want to thank you. I applaud what you've accomplished. It's extraordinary. And I can't think of anybody who deserved this honor more than you. Thank you for speaking with us today.
Thank you all, and thank you, Arthur. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shai, for your inspiration, and thank you, Arthur, for asking a broad array of questions. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now be taking a short break. After the break, we'll be talking about radical inclusion in education. Be sure to check out Dr. David Senge's book on this very topic at the publication table that's just outside the door to your left. We'll now take a 25-minute break before our final panel of the day and closing remarks. Please be back here at 3 p.m. 3 p.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be getting started shortly with our final panel of the day. At this time, we invite you to take your seats. Please be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Our last and final panel of this afternoon focuses on the topic of radical inclusion in education. Now, what exactly does this mean? Radical inclusion means putting the most marginalized and vulnerable children at the heart of policy making. This session brings together the insights of policymakers and civil society leaders on what it takes for the most marginalized children to thrive in school and succeed beyond it. They will offer fresh perspectives on how we can come together and create a better world through radical inclusion in education. Let me first introduce the speakers of our panel. Ruth Kagia is the former Global Education Director, World Bank, and a member of the Advisory Committee of the Yidan Prize Foundation. Bela Raza Jamil is the CEO of Idara I Talim O Agahi and a member of the Advisory Committee of the Yidan Prize Foundation. Angeline Muramura is the 2020 Yidan Prize for Education Development Laureate. She serves as the CEO of CAMFED. Lucy Lake is also the 2020 Yidan Prize for Education Development Laureate. She serves as the Executive Advisor of CAMFED. Lucy will be the moderator of this session. We had also hoped that the Honorable Dr. David Monina Sengay, the Chief Minister, Chief Innovation Officer, and former Minister of Basic and Senior Secondary Education, Sierra Leone, would be able to join us for this panel. Unfortunately, the current situation in Sierra Leone prevents him from joining us in person, so he has shared a brief message with us. Please direct your attention to the video screens.
Radical inclusion really means everyone, irrespective of who you are, boy, girl, a child with a disability, somebody who's poor, somebody who lives in a remote area, hard to reach, parent, learner, everybody can be given equal opportunities to access education, to access government services. And for us in Sierra Leone, we got to this concept when at some point pregnant girls and parent learners were not allowed to go to school. And this was an existing ban that had been in place for about 10 years. And we realized that if we really wanted to address access to education for all, we had to make sure that irrespective of who you were, your religion, your tribe, your gender, your socioeconomic class, we had to make sure that you could access education. This concept of radical inclusion has now transcended beyond access to education, and it's how we think about government services to the people. Because at the end of the day, when you build technologies, as an example, that reach the most vulnerable, the hardest to reach, the poor, the women, that technology becomes effective for everybody. A critical example of this was when we developed a solution for parents to check the results of their kids. In the past, it would take up to 10 weeks, cost up to $10, was a challenge. Even if you could afford it, you had to wait to be able to access your child's results. But then because we heard parents who live in hard-to-reach remote areas and their challenges, we decided to build an SMS-based solution where irrespective of who you were, you could send the number of your child who took an exam and you get an SMS back or USSD back. So it was a 2G solution that would work for anybody. And in real time, you can know your child's results. This solution has since been used about 13 million times by pretty much every household. The poor, the wealthy, the people who are in private schools, those who are in government schools, everybody uses it. It really underscored the point for us that when you use technology to drive equity, to drive justice, to bring people together, you solve the problem that works for everybody. This isn't just a framework that we apply when we speak about technology. This is a framework that we apply through public policy, through governance, and we will really stop at nothing until everyone could access these services.
Giving a big thank you to fellow panelists here who joined at very short notice after Minister Senge was unable to travel to join us. But we really want to get to in this panel is a deeper understanding of what we mean by radical inclusion in education. And I hope that that's something that you all in this room can consider. And we're looking forward to hearing your comments, your questions. So keep them coming in from the outset and we'll be able to turn to those a bit later on in our discussion. But to lay the ground for this panel, I want to start by just sharing one anecdote of what radical inclusion has meant in our organisation, CAMFED. For those of you who are not so familiar with CAMFED, CAMFED supports girls in sub-Saharan Africa, girls who are marginalised into school, through school, and in the transition beyond school. And radical inclusion was at the centre of a make or break moment that we had in our organisation some time ago. We had been given the opportunity of a grant to really scale our community-led model for girls' education, going from supporting tens of thousands of girls in school to supporting hundreds of thousands of girls in school. Now, it was quite a risk to think about what that would mean for us, because we focus on those who are most marginalised, and to go to scale and to ensure that we could continue to reach those who are most marginalised, that was going to be a challenge. But the real kick came after we had signed the contract, when an additional clause was brought in, which said that we would only get the significant proportion of the funding through a payment by results mechanism that was linked to learning outcomes. And the requirement was that the young people that we were supporting would achieve a 0.2 effect size compared with young people in comparison schools over a 2-year period and at secondary education. So that was a huge challenge. Now, the pressure in the face of that challenge is to focus on the marginalised, but not the most marginalized. Because focusing on those who are most marginalized was going to make the task that much harder, was going to make the risk that much bigger, because they were less likely to be able to remain in school and less likely to achieve that kind of learning outcome. So the real pressure we faced was to focus on those who were not so marginalized. But as an organization, we chose to be radical. We chose to direct our support to those who were most marginalized. Girls like Bridget, a girl who was living in a family of a single mother in Zimbabwe. And she said, when I used to have to drop out of school when we ran out of money, I would go and work in people's fields in return for a bucket of maize. And that's what I came to believe I was worth, a bucket of maize. And we recognized that it was one thing to get girls into school, but if we were to achieve real inclusion, participation in which the most marginalized girls could actually engage and learn, that required another dimension of support. It wasn't about hot housing students in academic subjects. We had to deal with the fact that the most marginalized kids were struggling once they were in the classroom to be able to engage and learn. And so we worked on an alternative curriculum, the My Better World curriculum, which would be delivered by young people in the community in an interactive mode of learning. And in developing that curriculum, we drew on the stories of Bridget and those like her to be able to bring to the table some of the challenges that young people were facing in engaging on their learning. And I'll never forget when we introduced that curriculum in another country among some of the cohort that we were working with in Tanzania, and both girls and boys came up when they heard Bridget's story and said, "How did you know my story? Where did you get my story from?" Because for the very first time, they had heard something that resonated with their own experience, unlike the stories, the case studies in so many of their textbooks that were of children who were urban, better off, which was continually reinforcing those kids' own sense of marginalization. So it was a big risk. 2 years on, there was a major evaluation of the outcomes of those kids, and we achieved the 0.2 effect size. So radical inclusion literally paid off in our case. But radical inclusion is hard. Inclusion is something we can all embrace. Radical inclusion is tough. And so I want to, at this point, turn to our panel and to ask you, what does radical inclusion mean to you? Why is it important? And Ruth, if I may start with you.
Thank you. To me, radical inclusion means that no child is learning until all children are learning. And that's not just a political statement. We see it at the household level, where one individual is successful in education in their career, but the rest of the family have been unsuccessful. The pull-down effect of having to carry the entire family basically reduces the returns to that education of the individual. We see it at the society level, where a large swath of young people don't have the skills, the knowledge to be productive. We see how they become the destructive elements in society. We see it through violence, through political destabilization. And we see it at the global level. Look at all those economic migrants sinking in the Mediterranean Sea, trying to seek better shores. If they were included fully in the education programs of their countries, they would be serving their families, their societies, their countries. So for me, the challenge in education is, how do you create a tide that lifts all boats? We've seen several examples of that today, whether it is through the Pritham program that recognizes a gap and tries to fill it, whether it is through your program in comfort. But I think it's more than that. I think it is not single interventions. We need a comprehensive set of interventions. And in addition to what has been presented today, I would like to focus on two particular issues that perhaps we've not given sufficient attention to. The first is removing the blind spot, bringing to the forefront those who are being left behind. On the 23rd of November, a couple of weeks ago, Kenya released the primary leaving examination results. Out of 1.4 million kids who sat the exams, 27% of them, 380,000 of them, scored basically a guessing mark, less than 300 points. Basically, they had failed. As we celebrated that over 3 days of lots of media bliss and celebration of how well the kids had done, nobody focused on those 380,000 kids who had basically failed. What's going to happen to them? Is there going to be a remedial program for them? What kind of schools are they going to go to? Nobody recognized that these are going to create a pull-down effect that we try to eliminate through education. A different type of blind spot that we sometimes are not aware of. I was sitting in a board meeting a month ago, and we are discussing a cash transfer program that I'm involved in. And somebody pointed out that some money had been given to refugees. And the reaction in the boardroom was electric. Where are we funding refugees? What collateral do they have to pay back the money? Where are we funding refugees? We are going to encourage them not to go back home. And it was a very, very strong and surprising reaction arising from where one was sitting. If you are coming from the financial sector, the concern was how safe is the funding. If you are coming from the government side, the diplomatic side, is refugees by definition should be temporary. Are you now giving them solutions to make them permanent? How do you remove those blind spots to make everybody in that room, in this case, see these individuals who merit as much support as everybody else? And we all suffer from those blind spots depending on where we are sitting. So the first thing is to recognize that even as we are successful in comfort, even as we are successful in bringing those girls to school, I am quite sure that if you step back, you can see lots of blind spots in that program. Even as we sit in this room, I was sitting there thinking, how many people are being excluded in the discussion we are having today, rich as it is? Where are the students that are the subject of our engagement? Where are the young people who are going to be taking this forward, and so on and so forth? Some exclusions, more serious, more fundamental, more far-reaching than others. And then the final point I want to make in this segment, Lucy, is as we think about inclusion and exclusion, we need to be much more humble about how difficult it is to sustain inclusive policies. It is easy to get the girls into school, and it's important to do so. But once you get them into school, how do you make sure they are learning at the same level as the boys? Once they are in that school, how do you make sure they are getting the same job opportunities and so on and so forth? In Kenya, the president I was working with was very committed to eliminating female genital mutilation. And he made a commitment that is going to be eliminated in Kenya by 2026. And all systems go to eliminate it. And we did very well on the policy. And everybody was doing what they can. But we realized we have to engage the local leaders, the religious leaders, the traditional leaders in this. And that went very well. Then we realized the rite of passage that underlies FGM has a purpose in the culture, and unless you address it, you are not going, this thing is just going to go underground. So how do you deal with the rite of passage? So we did sort of a symbolic rite of passage so that there's a clear step forward without necessarily doing the surgical part. Then we realized FGM also came with some economic benefits because after FGM, they were married off to somebody, and there was some economic security for the family. Whatever you think about it, that was the reality. So how do you make sure that you close that economic gap? Otherwise, if it is a net loss to the family, they are not going to comply to the policies. So in this case, in the Samburu County, we introduced bead making, which would adorn them as part of the rite of passage, and then use those beads to sell. And it's now become a big trade and a huge economic activity, the Johari beads, you can look it up. So the point here is, it is not a one-step activity. It is not a one-step intervention. It evolves, and you've got to keep alert to evolving challenges and incorporate them into the program. Thank you.
Thanks, Ruth. I think you've raised some critical points there around blind spots, and radical inclusion has to be able to see those blind spots. And your point around linking this into the wider geopolitical issues that we see, and that this is not and never a one-off intervention. This has to be a wider process, an inclusive process. So, Bela, if I can turn to you to pick up on that and to share your perspectives on radical inclusion and why it's important.
Thank you, Lucy, and it was great to hear David also. Pity he's not here. But on a very personal note, I thought at age 4, when I had to go to a preschool, my father was in prison, my mother was a teacher there, and I had to face a book that I could not understand why my mother was called Mary and why Rover was a dog. I thought I was being radically excluded. And furthermore, at age 6, when I was fined ₹10 for speaking in Urdu, which was my mother tongue, that I had to be, because I had to only speak in English. This is still not too long after independence. I just thought, my God, this is the worst exclusion. How will I fare in this world with these kind of exclusions that are so part of the institutions? So I think with that kind of a that was, I remember that so categorically, and that stayed with me. And when the institution of Idara Talim Agahi, or Center for Education of Consciousness, was made in 2000, that whole issue and seeing the challenge of radical inclusion stayed with us, and that became the reason for us to come into existence and to look for children, especially whether through our evidence, our surveys, or the work that we did targeting girls or in early childhood, we felt that, or child labor, that was really the point that we wanted to make to the government, that, these were the elephants in the room. The government was not doing anything. The survey on Asar, Pakistan, for example, for the income quartiles showed very obviously there was a 20% gap between girls and boys in the poorest household just for enrollment, leave alone for learning. So that, became a very precise target group. Or going to villages where almost every girl was being married off at 15, 14, 12. That became an issue that, how do we target precisely, exactly as in Campfed, that particular target group which really needed urgent attention. And issues of disability. So when it was gender, it was not just girls, it was then girls with disability, minorities, the pivoting with migration, and many other challenges that came in front of us. So how do you deal with that complexity when you are targeting issues of exclusion in that way? It has to be a radical inclusion strategy. As a commissioner in the Education Commission, If you remember the Learning Generation report in 2016, we had that notion of progressive universalism. And the idea was exactly that. How do you target those who are at the nexus of multiple disadvantages and just become totally invisible? How do you address issues which are coming in your government data, which is looking at, I mean, this is, administrative data of labor force surveys of 10 to 17 children who are already admitted and going into millions. So I think the issue of identifying that is a very, very strong one where there is evidence, where you see them, now you don't, or child domestic labor. So I think those became the reason for us to target almost every program that we were doing or every research that we were conducting to see where that evidence lay. And I think that therefore, then the work that we do, whether it is from service delivery or capacity building, but more importantly, taking the evidence back to the government to say, this is what the face of radical inclusion or exclusion looks like, and what do you do, how do you come up with those strategies to address that? And I think that frames the way we move forward in just about everything that we do. But I want to suggest and emphasize that when we are dealing with that, as you must have seen, as Ruth has seen in Kenya, that it comes with multiple spaces and multiple dimensions. It is not, we're talking about education as one sector, but when we're talking about issues of exclusion, we are talking about a multi-sectoral approach that we need to define how that really manifests itself. And I think that has been a very challenging aspect to look at, and the framing of exclusion from a multi-sectoral 360-degree lens, which often gets ignored. And that's because, and we'll come to that later as well, but every time you look at those groups, you know that it is not just about issues of exclusion from schools or learning. It's about birth registration, it is about stunting, it is about early child marriages, it is about livelihoods and poverty, and also the issues of what happens in the homes and society, and of course the schools and workplaces. So I think that somehow or the other we need to look at in the way we approach the issues of radical inclusion. And I managed to read the book, which was absolutely brilliant, but to see that, the issue is not of one sector. The issue has to begin somewhere, but it has to address the other issues that come along with it, which make it so much more complex and so multi-layered. Thank you.
Thanks, Bela. And I think your points around the intersectionality of the issues that interplay in exclusion is key. And I think an important point you're making there as well is around the quality of the data, the availability of the data for us to be able to gain insight into some of those blind spots that Ruth shared. Angie, if I can come to you.
Sure, Lucy, thank you so much. I'm going to take you a little bit to my village. In 1992, in December, at a school called Arima Primary School, I collected my end of primary school leaving certificate results. I had the best possible results anybody could have. And the school administration had come, so he had a couple of parents to celebrate this feat, because it was the first time anybody at my school had had such high results. For me, I started crying. And everybody was like, oh, she's overwhelmed. No, I wasn't overwhelmed. I wasn't overwhelmed by how well I had done. For me, this was the end of the road. I had promised myself that I knew I would not go to high school. This was the best I could do, and I had done my part. So I was crying from relief that I've done what I set out to do. This is it. And this was not for lack of commitment from my mom and my dad. They did everything that they could, at times nearly starving everybody to be able to pay for the stationery that I needed at primary school. It wasn't for lack of commitment from my school teachers and heads. They did all they could, providing me with stationery and all of that when I needed it. Why am I sharing this with you? Because I know what it means to be excluded. I know that. I know the anxiety, the palpitations, the sense of feeling like I don't belong here, I'm not needed, I'm probably in the wrong place. Maybe I was born into the wrong family, born in the wrong planet, and you don't just know what to do. That's the challenge of being excluded. So for me, radical inclusion is very personal. I love to talk about millions of girls who can support billions and trillions. But I always want us, when we talk about radical inclusion, to always think about each and every child. For me, radical inclusion is a world in which each and every child is educated, is protected, is respected, is valued, and can grow up to be whoever they want to be in whatever way. For me, radical inclusion is not some veiled exclusion, which is inclusion which has got all these conditionalities. The fact that, if a girl is pregnant, all of a sudden education is considered not important or their conditions set. For me, radical inclusion in education means that we hold education as sacred, regardless of who I'm born to, my abilities or disabilities, who is my parent. As a child, they know that their sacred right to education is protected. They don't have to be afraid it will be taken away. So for me, radical inclusion sounds very idealistic, sounds very naive, because we are not radically looking at radical inclusion. It should not be naive. It should not be sounding idealistic. It should be as normal as just drinking water. That's what radical inclusion is, to tell every child that they belong to this world, regardless of how they ended up here. That's what radical inclusion for me means.
Thanks, Angie. And I think we've heard here some of the real, the intersectionality, the complexity of this issue of radical inclusion, and the fact that it is not a one-off solution. And Ruth, if I can turn to you to consider what the challenges you would see as a policymaker in addressing the issue of radical inclusion.
Thank you, Lucy. That's where the rubber meets the road. It's very easy to identify at least the glaring levels of exclusion. It's relatively easy to even come up with basic policies to address it. It's very difficult to implement it in a sustainable manner. In 2020, when the schools closed down in, I think, March 2020, we had, in Kenya, distributed tablets, about 2 million tablets for the digital learning program. And they were being used quite effectively. And we were feeling very good as policymakers that we have made, lots of progress in digital education. Our kids have become 21st century learners and so on and so forth. When the schools shut down in March 2020, all the teachers locked up the tablets. They cannot send them home with the kids because they'll get damaged. So we moved in one day from having a progressively successful digital learning program to going back to 19th century using the radio and TV to do distance learning that was occasioned by COVID. So in one day, we sort of made major reversals on what had been good progress. So a key challenge for policymakers is how to sustain implementation, how to build on small incremental steps. Second, we visited one of the most successful schools in one of the poorest parts of Kenya. It was a boarding school for girls, very successful. So we go there, it's very clean, very well maintained. You walk in and everything is in order. And I'm walking around the school and I look at the notice board and I notice that 12 months before, there was 420 girls in the school, and now there are about 300. I thought it was a typo. So I asked, what has happened to these girls? Oh, they have been withdrawn. Why? A beautiful new road had just been constructed, and little shops and industries were beginning to develop along the new road. So there were job opportunities. So some had gone to take up the new job opportunities. Second, the school for 2 years in a row had performed very poorly. So parents had lost confidence in the school. So they were withdrawing the girls, basically to go and get them married off. Because this West Pokot, it had required a lot of effort to get them to school. So if we had not visited that school, in our books, it was showing it is one of our best schools in terms of resources, in terms of sort of leadership. But when you look at the fine print, it was falling apart. So how do you maintain an effective level of supervision and oversight to make sure that slippages and unintended consequences are addressed in real time? Finally, in the FGM program that I mentioned, in the most recent demographic and health survey, we found that in those same counties that we had put so much effort into to address the issue of FGM, the demographic health survey demonstrated that 45 in one case and 47% in another case of girls 15 to 19 years had been pregnant. And you say, what is going on here? What did we miss? So again, the risk that policymakers fall into in this situation, whether it is in the classroom or outside it, is to declare victory too soon and to stop keeping a focus on sort of the day-to-day evolution of the policy.
Thanks, Ruth. And I think from what you've shared there, you've demonstrated that you may achieve what can be seen as inclusion, but that it is vulnerable, that, in many respects, one can go backwards. And just achieving it in one dimension, if you're not looking at it in the round, it's vulnerable. So, Angie, I think Ruth was picking up there that as well, that it doesn't just sit with the policymakers, it's also about how other stakeholders, how other actors are coming into play around radical inclusion. And I wonder if you could share some perspectives on what some of the challenges are that you see in achieving radical inclusion.
Sure, Lucy, thanks so much. And Ruth, I liked it when you said that they declared victory too soon. I think we have a lot of that. And unfortunately, at times, the philanthropy sector doesn't help. And Lucy, you were talking earlier on about, we need payment by results, or we need these results by these 3 weeks, or these 3 years, or these 4 years. At times, that promotes a culture of superficial inclusion because people want to keep an impression of progress when there's no progress. Anyway, some of the challenges that are there in achieving radical inclusion includes, first and foremost, what I want to call othering, where you go to government officials and they will say to you, oh, civil society, you think you know it all, you are not listening, or you are the cause of the problem. Civil society says, government, you are not listening. Teachers say parents don't support the education of their children. Parents say teachers do not involve us. Some say, oh, if you're focusing too much on boys, some say there is just way too much othering. It's them, it's them, it's them. Nobody's looking in the mirror and saying, what do I have to do to achieve radical inclusion within my space? The truth of the matter is no one person, no one entity, no one sector is going to achieve radical inclusion, because at times children are just hungry, they want food. At times they don't have birth certificates, so they are not registered. And at times there is issues around nutrition. And at times it's learning pedagogy that's off. The issue is, for us to achieve radical inclusion, we need to get over the challenge of othering and actually thinking my way is the only way, or I know better, and this is the only way that it can be done. Secondly is the issue of precedence. This is precedence in terms of people, processes, practices, and policies and programs, where we think because I've got this, everybody else doesn't have a model, I'm going to tell you what to do and how to do it. Then you have a lot of resistance because people have got their own plans that they were working on and something that they think will work. So this whole issue around who is the teacher, who is the learner, will not. So there are precedence issues around systems change, radical inclusion. We need to be able to recognize that there is no empty vacuum which is waiting to be filled. There is mutual learning. How do we achieve that? Third, and probably the most important, in an attempt to achieve radical inclusion, we need to remember what this is about. By the end of the day, it is about us, but it's not about us. It is about children, it is about young people. How do we remain accountable to that mission, to them, and not to our model, not to our policy, not to, how do we remain accountable to what we are collectively, all of us, trying to achieve? And I just want to say something very quickly. You're talking about COVID. When COVID hit in most of the communities that we work in, Comfort works in Zimbabwe, Zambia, Malawi, Tanzania, and Ghana. And we work in the most marginalized communities. Comfort supported girls, myself included, are among the first in their communities to have gone that high. So when COVID hit, a lot of aid workers who were parachuted into the communities left to be with their families and everything. And who held fort? It was girls and young women who graduated from the program, who took up learning, who took up teaching, who took up social support and counseling of students to be able to keep them in school. As a result of it, over 90% of our students came back to school. In some contexts, it was as high as 98%. Why am I saying this? And okay, by the way, I just want to be able to say that actually that alumni network is over 250,000 young women. We're talking about critical mass. It's 250,000 young women that would never have gone through high school had they not gotten the support that they needed. Why am I sharing this? Radical inclusion takes people that have also lived it and experienced it, and ensuring that they also work with other global partners and influencers to be able to bring the change that they need. You need to remember that they are not projects, they are not beneficiaries, they are not products. They're activists in their own right. And if you work with them, you can achieve such high retention even in COVID. Thanks, Liz.
Thanks, Angie. I think your point around local leadership, going back to some of what we were hearing this morning, and the importance of those who've experienced it, who understand from intimate experience what exclusion, what inclusion means, and to be in leadership positions, to be a driving force in this agenda is key. But Bela, if I can come to you here, and particularly in relation to policies and what you see the challenges are in addressing and taking on the agenda of radical inclusion.
So I just want to pick on the earlier comments also, but I wanted to, for us, a great example was the government addressing the COVID challenge so successfully. It was incredible that how the government had an active database, an active tracker program, all sat together in a federation which generally doesn't get along, but for this existential crisis, they managed this so well. And we held that and we said, if you can do that for this, surely for right to education, which actually entered the Constitution in 2010, why are you unable to attend to this? But I think the question is that every time, so on the one hand, how do policies work? So policies work often, of course, they say you have to be data-driven, you have to show it by example, you have to do all of that. But we felt also that for 50,000 girls that we'd worked from 2018 to 2021, in the Siani Sahelian, the Wise Friends program, they were exactly like these girls who were completely marginalized and had come up to a level whom we are still tracking, by the way, who could become voices in their own right, so that when policymakers at the district level or the provincial level, they could come and speak of what a program which was combining academic, non-academic, life skills, livelihoods, all together, how they could become voices and have agency of what transformation had taken place in their own lives. Also not in their own lives, but also lives of the other generations, their parents who earlier thought that they were completely, they had to be the last person, to receive their meal or have their inoculation or whatever. So policy, I think, works at both levels and opportunistically, especially when you have erratic political regimes. One is coming, the other one is going, which we have all the time. But to be able to show to policymakers that you can act even at the local levels when you can you look at the issue of exclusion as an existential crisis in Pakistan? Can you come together to make the kind of action? So in a federation, in some of the provinces, they took really positive action, starting second shift schools, trying to do something so that we could connect the social protection program, giving them benefits which were linked to some actions, so that if the girls were going to school or the boys were going to school amongst the most poverty-ridden communities, they could be given the social safety nets. The instruments were made for that. So we've seen pockets of great policy making, but at the same time, we've also seen, as Angeline pointed out, the othering story, where you see the parents, having cultures inside the homes where the girls are excluded, where it's easy to marry off girls, and so on. So happening to change cultures and creating enabling environments where parents could see that and everyone could see around in the community, that if there was an enabling environment, if the school was near, if there was a learning taking place, they would definitely send their children to school. So I think it was also, policies happen in a space where the demand and supply do have a conversation with each other, where there is a voice from the demand side that does influence policy. It's not just civil society, it's also what is being demanded from the voter bank, so to speak. And because you have elections coming every now and then, you need that voice that becomes very important. So from policy briefs to evidence to looking at opportunities, and that's something that organizations like ours and others who become interlocutors between policymakers, and I often say it's not just the issue of political will, it's an issue of bureaucratic will also. Sometimes the political will is eager to take action, but the bureaucratic will just backs off, thinking that accountability is that something, a decision-making by a politician may not really hold, and they will be held accountable, and some accountability drive will hold them responsible, so better not take action. So I think this issue of policy and political decision-making has to take into account all these different stakeholders, which are very critical. And organizations like us who've been working, 90% with the government, every bit of our information is in the economic survey, whatever we do. The government benchmarks the data that we collect. So I think that's also very important. How do you get the evidence that you collect? How do you get that to be projected in the sector plans, in the policy documents, which are becoming more and more iterative, but also trying to see where those pockets of actions could be at more decentralized levels. So we've seen a mixture of some great things happening, but at the same time, when it comes to two departments, say, of disability and education work together, they may come up, and even of women development. So you have the great law passed of raising the age of child marriage, But the implementation becomes very difficult when you see that these people generally, there's a tendency that while the Planning and Development Department of the ministry gets everyone together on issues of child nutrition, early childhood education, mothers' support, etc. But when it comes to action, the culture of not working together means that the poorest and those who are likely to be radically included cannot be radically included. Those characteristics or cultures remain to be a big challenge. And of course, when the government is like other countries, when they are making some great policy and they can see early results, they will announce great successes. But at the same time, do they have the capacity to sustain those successes? Do we see that become a part of their planning and budgeting process? So all of us, I think many organizations, including what Rukmini said earlier, that when it comes to data, the evidence, we follow the budget cycle, we follow the planning cycle, we let the data come out when it should be coming out, but we do not know in the complexity of the political instability of the country and the challenges that we face, whether in fact they will actually be factored into the next budget or the next planning process. So it remains a very jittery process. Mm-hmm. And at the same time, we are seeing some data moves. We are seeing things happen. We are seeing in some provinces action and improvement, where we do also have the large heart to be able to say to policymakers, well done, you've done it, see where your data is. And we have seen the gender parity indexes, and we've seen all of that improve wherever the government has taken action, because our biggest challenge is at the post-primary level. At primary level, but also post-primary levels, when there are not enough facilities, and therefore we see that girls completely slip. When from being included, they become excluded again. That aspect of this vulnerability, even though you think you've made it, you have, as I think, you've reached some level of equality, but you've not reached equity. And I think those are very big challenges for us, and we continue to work, but I think we can safely say that we are seeing policymakers and parliamentarians becoming more savvy at looking at data, at looking at evidence, provided the data sheet is short, it's to the point, they can make a position or statement, it can get them some votes, which is just perfectly fine by us, that the best votes can be coming from education. But when it comes to working together on something like this, as an existential crisis, as COVID was, we are still not seeing that, but we know that the capability exists to come together and to do something as fine as they did during the COVID emergency. But we see that in the climate change emergency, where 60% of the schools were damaged and learning really took a back seat in the province of Sindh, that energy does not sustain. What do we do with that? And that, for people like us who are sitting in the government offices, I think 50% of the time, trying to make that, making our influence and evidence felt, I think the glass is still half full.
Mm. Thanks, Bela. And I want to pick up with you, Ruth, on some of the points that Bela has just raised there about the democratic demand, but the bureaucratic hurdles and the incentive around people coming together, achieving alignment. What would be your reflections on how to achieve that, how to bring people together around that call to action for radical inclusion?
Thank you. Before I respond to that, and I will, I would like us to sort of remember that most of the people in this room are educators, some of whom who have had very long and rich experiences in the education sector. And I would like for a moment for us to focus on the classroom. What is not happening in the classroom to bring us the kind of data we are seeing where 80%, 90% of 10-year-olds cannot read a simple text. Something is not right. We have achieved inclusion without achieving inclusion. So what should change in the classroom to reduce that number? And as Michelene was talking this morning about this very exciting program, the ICAP, which that resonates with me, what went through my mind, Michelene, is as the kids are in the interactive mode, how do you make sure that it's not only the introverts, the kids that are confident, that are interacting, how do you make sure that the more introverted and sometimes the more thoughtful of the learners are also included in that interaction? What needs to change in the teacher training program to make sure that it's true inclusion at that micro interactive level in the classroom? And secondly, I think we are at a point in education discourse, nationally and globally, where the real gap, in my view, is not understanding what policies are required. We know we need to do something about teachers. We even have a sense of what we should do to improve teacher education. We have a good sense of what good textbooks look like. We even have a good sense of what should be happening in schools in terms of inclusion, in terms of administration, engagement with parents, and so on. We've made progress on that. Where I feel we are still piloting blind without a radar is what really works. What makes a difference between classroom A or school A that is achieving stellar results and school B, which has very, very similar set of resources, that is not doing well? And how do we shift that balance to make sure that all learners are learning at a similar level? And I think it behoves us as education researchers, education policy makers, to begin to assemble the data of what truly works in terms of improving learning outcomes. In terms of bringing together policy makers, what has been amazing is to see how when what we are saying resonates with parents or policy makers, it's completely unsolvable. And I think one of the speakers this morning, Pratham, made that point clear, that once people see it is working and they feel they can do it, it sort of becomes self-reinforcing. So it is how you communicate with policymakers. And it brings to mind sort of a very sober experience I had in my earlier years at the World Bank. When South Africa opened up, we went there with full steam to try and support them become fully democratized. And we felt that one of the most important contributions we could make as World Bank is to support them address the issue of inequality, which was sort of glaring. So we put together a world-class team. Even the Nobel Prize winner, Amartya Sen, was part of the team. And we went there with all the confidence that can only come from the World Bank, telling them, if you address inequality, you're going to solve the problems of this country. And they were very upset. This is a country on the cusp of opening up, of democratizing, and what they were looking for was not bad news. What they were looking for is not to be told what is wrong with their country, it is how to do it. We did a very good study, but nobody looked at it until many, many years later. With the wisdom of hindsight today, we would have done that study, it would have had a transformative effect if we had been more sensitive and better aligned to the political emotions and sentiments of that time. If we had used the right entry point, people who sort of resonated with what we were saying. And this is a mistake where sometimes we make, where we are misaligned in terms of the political mood. If you talk to Minister Senge today, political inclusion, radical inclusion, may not be what is at the top of his mind today, given what is happening politically. It will become important, but you've got to be sensitive to the reality of the day. And we are not often sensitive enough as outside forces and supporters in terms of creating that demand. So I was having a conversation with some partners recently. The African Union has declared 2024 the Africa Year of Education, and there's a lot of energy going on to say, how do we make the Africa Year of Education 2024 a consequential year? And we are looking at the issues that should be addressed that would make a difference in terms of advancing education as an engine for economic transformation and all those nice things that come with education. And people are pushing for that highlighting foundational learning, and it is important, and we need to do foundational learning. And I say to them, do you expect a president to go home and tell his people that from now on we are going to focus on foundational learning alone? When the shoe is biting on jobs, the shoe is biting on technical vocational education. So it's how we message, we communicate the messages in a manner that empowers the leaders, that empowers the parents. And we don't sometimes have that sensitivity to kind of walk in their shoes. We want to sort of impose on their shoes.
Thanks, Ruth. Well, I'd like to pass to Angie to pick up from there. And this issue of reading the political mood, but also really reading, to Ruth's point there, around walking in their shoes and at community level, and how do you bring these issues to the table and, ensure that people are coming together, are aligned around what's possible.
Sure, Lucy, thanks so much. And Ruth, you should have seen me nodding. It reminds me of there's this lizard in my village that keeps doing this. So I'm feeling like that. So Ruth, I like when you talk about reading the mood in any situation, because I think that's the most important thing. Social and emotional intelligence as you collaborate and engage for radical inclusion. It's not stupidity. It's not, for lack of a better word, compromising. It doesn't mean that you're not driving for radical inclusion. It means that you care so much to set it up for success. That's crucial and that's critical. And just to say bottom line, for all those words around social emotional reading is respect. It's respect for where people are at, what they understand, what they need, what they prioritize, what they're trying to deliver, and build on from that, rather than assuming they don't know. And I just want to say this is one of the areas as an organization we have greatly benefited from, but also greatly leveraged, to the point that we have got respect from the very communities that we work with, the parents who, when you start working with them, they themselves feel so intimidated and so ashamed of the fact that they can't afford the school-going costs of their children, to the, topmost people in government and everybody. The most important thing is respect, is to respect the vision that they've got for themselves, the struggles that they've got, and to be able to say, as we say at Camfed, pamoja tunaweza, which is together we can solve this. We are not coming here with a solution. We're not coming to tell you how badly you are doing or what you should do. The issue is, how do we work together to do this? So I just want to be able to say collaboration is non-negotiable. And collaboration doesn't mean getting buy-in. It means collaborating. Collaborating with people from the design of understanding the problems, of setting the agenda, of what to measure, who to involve, when to involve them, what to do, and all of that. It's collaboration. It's not once in a while trip to the village to tell them what they need. It's not, I can go on and on. Collaboration, right? And it's collaboration both for practitioners, for policymakers, for researchers, for everybody. It's collaboration with one North Star. Do you agree on where you are trying to go to? How do you collaborate to get there. It means that there will be confusions. There will be some who will be coming and saying, can you please prove that it's cost effective? Some will be coming and say, what is the ethical dilemma here? Some will come and say, our culture doesn't allow this. You need to look for that sweet, beautiful spot that allows for radical inclusion. Because at times, you're just speaking in different languages, but you're all talking about the same thing. And if I can just point to other things that I think are essential as well, is to be able to put the most marginalized child at the center. The challenge we've got with national averages is they hide some of the blind spots and some of the corners. Some of you might be shocked that for the most marginalized children in Africa, 95% never make it through secondary school. I'll say that again. 95% of children from the most marginalized families, from the resource-poor families in sub-Saharan Africa, never make it through secondary school. But when you look at the national averages and the national statistics, they look more positive. So as you program, as you design, as you do all this, can you think about that particular child who is invisible, who is forgotten, who is not being seen, who is not on the table? If you design for them, it will work for any other child. Because it is those children that continue to be left behind because their story is considered too complex, they've got too many needs, and all of that. So always program for the most marginalized child. And finally, radical inclusion is radical. It's not apologetic, it's bold. And don't settle for anything less. And as you go for it, remember respect. You get more with honey than vinegar. Together we can.
Thanks, Angie. We're going to pick up some of the questions that are coming through from the room, and please do keep them coming. And one of those relates to the anecdote that Minister Senge shared, which was around the use of technology in sharing information with parents and leapfrogging some of the challenges around ensuring that they have data on their children's performance. And I wonder, you know, this is open to any of you, what role do you see for technology in promoting radical inclusion, particularly for those who are the most marginalized and excluded? And do you feel there's a role for technology? I would add that.
I just wanted to quickly come up on that. During emergencies, suddenly we know that technology leapfrogged. And from very simple technology like SMS and WhatsApp all the way up. But one of the very exciting pieces of policy was that almost all the social safety nets would go via the females in the households. And that meant that even where there were shared telephones, or sorry, mobile phones or smartphones, that it would have to be the woman who would have to look at it and to see whether her NIC, the identity card was there and she'd got the message or not. And I think that became a great moment, not only for us who were also exploring and working with SMSs and WhatsApp on learning, but also to get the possibilities of getting their social safety nets because it was coming to women. And it certainly meant that your status had been elevated. Now, that, I think one of our biggest success stories has been the CNIC, the NADRA cards, where the ID cards are so powerful. And that's why when there is a birth registration gap and so on and so forth, that worries us. And that's it. But technology not only did that, but it also meant when 4 months after, during COVID, after COVID, the government said, get all the WhatsApp numbers of the parents. For the first time, the school and the home was being bridged. Otherwise, they were two separate entities. Nobody really knew the other. The kid went to school, the kid came back. So it changed that whole culture of teaching learning on the one hand, on the other hand, providing support to the most excluded, and the possibilities of technology, which were already happening earlier, really got accelerated. Organizations like ours and many others who worked in this space use then the SMS, the WhatsApp, for ensuring continuity of learning. And we did take measures to see how actually some of the learning was sustained. Not only that, but when the schools did open, you again saw a big demand from kids who were not staying at home. We saw for early childhood some slipping, but for primary age children, we saw actually a lot more children returning when the schools had properly opened. So I think technology in its, not the most complicated one, but certainly SMSs, WhatsApp, and of course the government use of technology in being able to show their trackers, etc., that also came in handy. Suddenly, the society has become more savvy in technology and knows actually how to have their voices heard. The unheard voices, which we had never heard, they suddenly found a voice. Even in the most remote village, you would be hearing stories. And of course, we had other concerns of digital safety, etc. But we saw that technology did give space, voice, agency. But at the same time, a huge note of caution that didn't mean that we were reaching everyone. Those who were most excluded perhaps remained excluded. And we need to be able to think how to work with technology on those particular measures. But we've seen a huge boom in Pakistan for lots of technology providers who are not looking at enterprise with profit, but those who are looking at technology as a way for public service and public goods.
And did you want to comment on that? And then I'll pass to Ruth for another question that's come in related to policy.
Sure, and I'll keep it very short. Because Bela, you covered, I think all the key essentials. What I just wanted to build on from, which Ruth said earlier on, is that needs to be done with a lot of social and emotional intelligence and with understanding of the local context. Because as Ruth mentioned earlier on, when COVID hit in Kenya, what the school administration saw was an opportunity to preserve this rare resource and make sure it wasn't damaged, instead of letting the students use it. So we need, as we look at technology, we need to also appreciate that in resource-poor communities, this technology or gadgets, hardware, whatever, will be worshipped in such a manner that it might end up actually displacing other needs and priority for children. I've got a great example in one of the countries where we work in, where schools started taking resources away from what they used to give students to actually trying to have the fuel for the generator for the computers, to build a stronger computer room which will not be broken into. So by the time they were finished, 3/4 of their budget was gone. It wasn't the students, it was important. So, and also another thing is, technology is a tool. It will reinforce your key organizing principles. If you don't use it, if you don't have a design that's radically inclusive, it will be a weapon for exclusion. So you need to be very careful and cautious about that. If you're not aware of gender dynamics within a community, within a family, and you give technology, it can actually fuel gender dynamics. So technology on its own as a standalone will not be adequate. It needs to be introduced with an understanding around the context it is. We have used it as an organization amazingly for connecting our activists and our network, for ensuring they've got the information and resources and support that they need. But remember, technology is a tool. It doesn't work on its own. So you need to continue to design intelligently.
I just wanted to say that the number of storytelling and stories that we collected during this period was also enormous. On terms of social emotional learning and so on, it was almost a great healer, but that meant the simplest of the technologies and how it came back to us.
Thanks, and I think, Andrew, you touched on the issue of cost, and the final question to you, Ruth, is that radical inclusion, achieving radical inclusion, is often seen as very costly because those who are most marginalized may need that additional support. So given the squeeze in public funding available for education, what would you prioritize as a policymaker in achieving radical inclusion?
I think it's President Nyerere who said, if you think education is expensive, try ignorance. I don't think we should be worried about that. As Angie rightly said, if you focus on the most marginalized, the most in need, then you include everybody. This is where I'm challenging us as an education community to begin to document and to disseminate what works, not just in terms of improving learning outcomes, but doing so in a cost-effective manner. And we are seeing a lot of that happening. You know, some of the presentations this morning, some of the work Pratham is doing, what Micheline is doing, is beginning to get at that. You're beginning to improve learning outcomes. You're beginning to improve inclusion in a cost-effective manner. That is the key word. On technology, I'm actually a big believer in technology. I believe it is as close to a silver bullet. I know somebody this morning said, don't look for silver bullets. But it is a tool that we have not fully harnessed. Much as we need to harness it wisely, I agree, it is a tool that we have not harnessed. And I actually commend the Yidan Prize Foundation for having awarded the science PhD program. Anecdotally, when I learned about it, I called my grandchildren. The older one, they had been using it on off. He was, nothing home to write about. The younger one hadn't heard about it. He said, well, but it must be very expensive. I said, no, it is free. Half an hour later, he calls me and he said, this thing is so exciting. I just launched a little girl into space. Yeah. And, what was exciting about that response is how it releases the imagination. It enables the child to basically let go, basically see the possibilities, and I think there's scope there. The risk, of course, is that not every child has a computer in front of them that they can access this, but I've been impressed at what that program is doing to try and make offline programs and make them more accessible. Secondly, technology can be the great leveler, particularly for teachers who are not very well trained. You prepare the materials in a central manner, in a central place, and then disseminate them for them to use them in schools. You help to close some of the gaps in skills and capacity in schools. Finally, as the ecosystem, the technological ecosystem improves, you also make it more accessible. I don't think using the telephones as they are now is good enough. You can't download even a 2-minute video, let alone a 10-minute video with the telephones that they have. And to Angela's point, we discovered during COVID that when fathers who have the better phones came home, they would give them to the boys to do their homework with. So, it introduces a whole range of issues. But that can be overcome by improving the footprint, the technology footprint. And once you do that, then the hard gadgets become invaluable tools for sharing information, for reducing intellectual isolation, even for university students, as we found. And finally, I was reviewing some proposals. It was really a competition by a tech hub to see what innovations can improve education. And we had about 89 submissions, and we were supposed to select 10. And I was impressed at the range of opportunities for innovation through technology. A small technology that helps to translate language, making it much easier to bridge the gap between local language and English or French. It's absolutely revolutionary. A small program that enables teachers to communicate with parents, and so on and so forth. Very simple, but addressing real-life issues in the classroom. So used well, technology can provide the great leap forward that we seek, but it should not be done sort of as a matter of course. It needs to be sensitively applied, and this is the team that can take that forward.
Thanks, Ruth. I think ending on that note of going from radical inclusion to releasing possibility, I think is a great note to end on. I just want to leave the last word with Minister Senge, our absent panelist, from his book. He said that part of radical inclusion involves the ability to identify and then establish a coalition, which is essential, whether you're a leader of an organization or an institution, or just an ordinary citizen with a desire to change your community in any way and at any scale. Even if you have the power to push through change, a strong, broad-based coalition is almost always necessary for the change to be sustainable. And I would pay tribute to Dr. Charles Ten Yidan and the Yidan Prize Foundation, because I think this is all about building a coalition that can come together, that can achieve radical inclusion and radical results in education. So thank you to our panelists for sharing your reflections.
Thank you very much again to Ruth, Baylor, and Angie for your very interesting discussion on the importance of radical inclusion, and thank you, Lucy, for leading those discussions. Thank you to the audience for your questions. Well, we hope you've enjoyed all 4 of our panels today. To conclude today's summit, please join me in welcoming Mr. Bernard Charnwood Chan, the chairman of Our Hong Kong Foundation, to share some closing remarks with us. Bernard, please.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am very, very honored and humbled to have been invited to give the closing address to such a distinguished international audience in the pursuit of creating a better world through education. Now, many of you possesses the vision and the understanding of the many hurdles that needed to be addressed, some of which did not exist when Charles Chan had the bold vision to execute a long-term initiative with a positive impact capable of changing the lives of many people for better. Now, I would like to take a moment to reflect on this visionary journey Charles has embarked on in 2016 to promote education development and improvement on a global scale. Its aim to inspire innovative thinking and transformative actions in education. Recognizing and supporting the exceptional individuals and organizations seeks to create a positive and lasting global impact on education. Now, today's speakers from across the spectrum of academia have addressed many of the increasingly complex issues facing us today in such an unstable world due to poverty, conflict, climate change, or natural disasters, and a growing divide between those with the primary access to education and those without. These may result from access, poverty, race, gender, and other reasons. But as everyone here today understands, education is crucial and critical to empowering people and creating an inclusive, sustainable world. Never in my lifetime have I witnessed the conflict, the carnage, and the trauma that is the everyday norm for many people, young and old. Therefore, it is beholden on everyone here today to redouble our efforts and do what is needed to provide access to education to all. What is apparent from today is that education needs to change to meet the future needs of an equitable society. Teachers have to prepare students for a world that doesn't exist yet. So what it means to be a teacher is also changing. Education is more than passing on information in a world where knowledge quickly becomes outdated. It is about instilling students with the skills and qualities to help them throughout their lives. Teachers are more than ever important now. Yet they are more often than not underpaid and undervalued, and the schools they work in are under-resourced. Education may be changing, but one thing remains true. Teachers are crucial for students to thrive academically and emotionally. Now, as we learned at last year's event, according to the United Nations, teachers are the single most influential variables in a child's education. As research revealed, the link between good mental health in youth and success in later life, there's a growing awareness that well-being and academic outcomes go hand in hand. Teachers need support from all sides to adapt to the future's requirements and challenges. So we must bridge the gap between the education theory and practice and encourage more public-private sector support. And we must place teachers at the forefront of education to set a generation up for a world forever more rapid change. But the responsibilities does not rest with educators alone. Families and communities have an essential role. We now live in the era of technological advances, changing our world and providing the new opportunities to deliver education through previously unavailable channels, such as social media. Artificial intelligence role in determining the quality and delivery of education raises essential ethical and other questions. But we have tremendous potential to enhance the learning outcomes worldwide. Inclusivity is paramount, especially for the learners facing limited resources and access. I want to thank everyone for being here today, for their unselfish contributions now and in the future. I want to conclude by emphasizing the quality of education is paramount, as is education for all, and to reflect the mission of the Yidan Prize. That is, where learning flourishes, so does society. Ladies and gentlemen, that ends my official closing remark, but I thought I just want to use this occasion to say a few things. First, I really want to thank Charles for the Yidan Prize Summit to bring so many of you back to Hong Kong. I was told by Charles that we have many of you from overseas here today. Now, Hong Kong has been through a very tough 3-4 years. 3-4 years that pretty much cut off Hong Kong from the rest of the world. So it's so important for you to come back, for those of you from overseas, to come back to Hong Kong and see for yourself what is happening in our society. Unlike everywhere else in the world, we are forever even more divided and polarized and all sorts of issues. And we do need to have common topics such as better education as a common platform for everyone to stay engaged. Now, I thought I wanted to tell you a story, especially for those who have never been to Hong Kong, or even for those of you who've been absent from Hong Kong the 3-4 years. A lot of things have happened in Hong Kong in the 3-4 years. We have now 2 world-class museums open in Hong Kong. Now, those of you from Hong Kong will know where I'm going, because I am very involved in the 2 museums. I am the founding chairman for the Palace Museum and also the chairman for the M+ Museum. Unfortunately, you have less than 1 hour because the museum will close at 6 o'clock. The M Plus is closed today. It's open tomorrow, but tomorrow Palace closed. So unfortunately, until you stay till Wednesday, you don't get to see Palace, because I don't think you can make it to Palace in time. It's two amazing museums. They are both open in the middle of COVID, so none of you have been there. So if you haven't been, please, because it really tells you the story. And in case you haven't had a chance, or maybe just give you, I know I was told that I only got 2 minutes and 28 seconds, but I'm sure you can bear with me. Let me show you how's it connected to the topic of education. So these two museums were 25 years in making. We first came out of the idea 25 years ago. Like everything else in Hong Kong, it took us 10 years for debate. What exactly we should do about it. So finally they are open, and they are open at the most appropriate time. These two museums help to reconnect Hong Kong back to the world. Now, let me just tell you about Palace. Now, there are two Palace museums in the world. There's one in Beijing, the Beijing Palace Museum, and there's one in Taipei. Now, so when Hong Kong were given the opportunity to build the Hong Kong Palace Museum, now we do not have the collections at all. We have none, we have no treasures. So we have to borrow from Beijing. So the former chief executive of Hong Kong, Carrie Lam, she asked me to be in charge of the project. I was the founding chairman, so she asked me to be in charge. Now, I know nothing about Chinese art. But she said to me, this is an important project, you are in charge. So I went up to Beijing, I met with my counterpart, the Beijing Palace Museum director. And he was somewhat shocked to find out that I'd never been to his museum before. So he's like, wow, why is Hong Kong government sending this guy to deal with me when he didn't even know anything about us? But anyway, that's besides the point. So when I came back to Hong Kong, then I asked myself, what kind of museum are we building? Are we going to be building a museum just for those who are interested in Chinese art, Chinese culture? Right? That was pretty straightforward. But that will be a completely failure. Right? In the last session, we talked about inclusiveness. Are we just going to build this? We're spending, by the way, we spent 3.5 billion Hong Kong dollars to build a museum. That's roughly about 420 million US. Did we just spend $400 million just to build a museum for those who only enjoy Chinese art? No. I think it has to be more than that. But then I asked myself, for those who are really into Chinese art, they would say the best is in Beijing. Oh, no, sorry. To a lot of people, no, they say the best is in Taipei. No, actually, some would even say the best is in London, British Museum, because they stole from us. But it doesn't matter whether it's Beijing, Taipei, or London, it ain't gonna be in Hong Kong. So how do we compete? Why are we building a museum here? Why would you even come here? Right? If you want the best Chinese art, ancient art, you should just go to New York. I'm sorry, New York. You should just go to Beijing. You should just go to Taipei or London. So how do we distinguish ourselves from them? Right? How? Anyone here know? Well, the reason why I stole this from my table was this. For someone like me who knows nothing about Chinese art, or I shouldn't say know nothing, I don't know how to appreciate Chinese art. When I see a ceramics like this, right? Okay, I look at the back. All right. Well, unless you're the experts, I can't tell this is Qing Dynasty, or is it Ming Dynasty, or Tang, or even better, this could be from the Swedish IKEA. I can't tell. And whether you place it in Beijing, or you place it in Taipei, or London, it doesn't really matter. So to me, what really matters about this is the story. It's how you present the story and how you sell the story, right? It's all about curatorial narrative. How do you control that narrative? So back to the subject of education. I think it's not about the knowledge itself. Today, you can access to knowledge in all forms of channels. But I think what really matters is how do you deliver that knowledge? How do you present that? So at my museum today, if you stay long enough in Hong Kong, because for Palace Museum, it will be Wednesday for you because it's closed tomorrow. The way we present it is not just about, because if you go to Beijing, apparently in Beijing, there's 3,000 years of history of Chinese. By the way, I was told by the museum director, they have 1.3 million objects. Any one time, they're only showing 2%. They only show 2%. We borrow 900 pieces from Beijing to present at our museum, many of which are class 1. But the way we present is very different. We tell a story, especially our aim are for those who have no exposure to Chinese culture, right? So we're not going to impose a 3,000 years history on them. We're here to tell them the story. How is Chinese culture started? So if you come to our museum, at one of our Gallery 2, we tell the life of the 24-hour cycle of the Emperor Qinglong. And we use the object to tell the stories. Apparently, the first piece, if you go to Gallery 2, the very first object that you see is a clock. And it tells the story at the very beginning at 4 a.m. So apparently, Emperor Qinglong is a very hardworking emperor. I thought all emperor, got nothing to do. But apparently, he gets up every morning at 4 o'clock. That's how he started his day. He ends his day early too, at 8, but he starts at 4. So we use that object to tell what he does during that 24 hours. And by the way, that object, you see the clock, when you see it, you say, wait a minute, that doesn't look anything like Chinese object at all, because it's not. The clock, different stories. And if you come to my museum today, right, for those of you who have never been there before, you're like, wow. But I tell you what, it's not just for our international friends. Even among our Chinese friends from the mainland, even though when 5 years afterwards, when the museum opened, the Beijing Palace Museum director came. And after we toured him for 1 hour, I asked him, what do you think? And he was so impressed. He said, wow, well, we learned something from you too. We hadn't thought about using this way to sell that story, to tell that story. So there you are. I think, and I hope this is what the role of Hong Kong. So some of you may know that, one of the main messages that we've been selling everybody is that we are the East meet West. But what exactly is East meet West means? The way I look at it is by understanding the different perspective. We cannot always just see it from our perspective, but we also have to see the perspective from the others. And to me, that's called inclusiveness. You cannot just simply come from where we are and impose those values on others. We need to respect each other's different religion, different culture differences. And I really very thankful to Charles for providing this summit, and obviously providing the prize, to allow this to happen. The world is forever even more needed for such engagement and dialogue. So I want to thank Charles for providing this opportunity. I know for 7 years, uninterrupted, even throughout the COVID time, but this is even better. For the first time, everyone's back here in Hong Kong, and we look forward to welcome you back again for more dialogue, more engagement. And if you don't have the time this time to visit the museum, please come back again next year. And Charles, you can count on me. I can be their personal guide to walk through our museum because it's amazing. We have the best contemporary Chinese art and international art at the M+ Museum, because the M+ is a contemporary art museum. Palace Museum is ancient art. So these are the two museums, but we have other culture facilities as well. Hong Kong government already have invested, guess what? $5 billion US into these cultural offerings. And it's only 45% built. I'm the vice chairman of the district, and we still need to raise more money to finish the rest of the district, maybe another 15, 20 years, because we still have to build the music center, the Broadway theater, and so on and so on. But by having that $5 billion invested already, is really putting Hong Kong and the cultural map. And this is where it's most needed right now, where the world is continuing to be equally, even more increasingly divided. We need something that can actually bring someone together, have a proper dialogue, whether it's sustainability or in the forms of arts and culture, and this today is education. So thank you, everyone, and I hope you have an enjoyable day today so far. And again, for those time to stay an extra day, please go to visit our museum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bernard, for that very fitting and humorous close to our summit. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up the 2023 Yidan Prize Summit. Thank you again for coming today. We hope you found our discussions interesting and engaging. Now, fitting into our theme this year, of course, we hope that the discussions today will spark further change. So if you identify more solutions related to education and change makers who have positively transformed the lives of individuals and societies, please share with us by submitting a nomination for the 2024 Yidan Prize. Nominations will close in March. Now, once again, thank you for being a part of the 2023 Yidan Prize Summit. A reminder, if you're going to post on social media, please include our hashtag, which is hashtag 2023 Yidan Prize Summit, and also tag us using @Yidan Prize. Also, we have a short survey. There's going to be a QR code coming up behind me right now. We value your feedback, so please take a moment to fill in the survey and to give us feedback. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming. May I take this opportunity to wish you happy holidays. We look forward to seeing you again next year. Good afternoon.